Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to start a series on the Catalan opening, which is an opening for white you can play against anything. It doesn't matter what black does. It's not a completely system opening. There's a lot of theory involved as opposed to the London system. But you can play it against anything. You always put your pieces on the same squares and you always have very similar plans. That's what makes the opening extremely popular on all levels. But as opposed to, for example, again, the London system, it's also one of the most popular openings at the top level. For example, Dengliran uses the Catalan as one of his main openings for white. So, what is the Catalan? First of all, the opening got its name in 1929, sort of by force. Savili Tartakower played, he was one of the best players at the time, played a tournament in Barcelona in Catalonia, and they asked him to play a new opening that they could name against after Catalonia. So he played the Catalan and then they called it the Catalan. Okay, so today it's being played by many top players. So the Catalan starts after pawn to d4. That's a d4 opening, and from here you can play it against two main moves for black. If black plays c5 straight away, well then you are playing the old Benoni. You cannot really play the Catalan. But if black plays either d5 or knight f6, you can play a normal Catalan. You can also play it against e6 and g6. So the first thing I should say is that you can reach the Catalan via several different move orders. Okay, let's look at d5 and then let's look at knight f6. After d5, you go for the Catalan setup with the moves c4, g3, bishop g2, and knight f3. So what you are trying to achieve is a kingside fianchetto and a very powerful bishop on g2, and you try to undermine black's center straight away with the move c4, or if black plays knight f6 instead of d5, you claim the center with c4 first. So you can start, after for example d5, you can start with the c4 straight away, with the queen's gambit. That's the most common way. You could also start with knight f3. You could also in fact start with g3. Let's look at d5 first. So c4. And now let's say black plays the main move, which is the queen's gambit declined. You can continue with knight f3, and after knight f6 we reach the Catalan position after g3. So this is the most thematic starting position of the Catalan. Now let's reach it via a different move order. So for example, after d4, black plays knight f6, we continue in completely same fashion. So c4, black plays e6, preparing to either go into the queen's gambit declined after, for example, knight c3, or preparing to go into the Queen's Indian or the Nimzo Indian after, for example, knight c3, or after knight f3 preparing to go in for the Queen's Indian or for the Bogo Indian. But what we do here, we can choose between two different moves. We can start with knight f3 and after d5, g3 we are in the Catalan, or we can start with the move g3, avoiding all the hassle and making the Queen's Indian impossible, making the Bogo Indian impossible. We don't have a knight on f3. And also making the Nimzo Indian impossible. So this is the pure Catalan, avoiding all the main openings. And that's, I think, one of the main benefits of the Catalan. If you play this move order with g3 first, you simply avoid all the stuff that black can do. The Queen's Indian, the Nimzo Indian, the Ragozin setup, the Vienna, or anything. Okay, so that's the Catalan. You can also reach it with one knight f3, doesn't really matter. For example, d5, d4, let's say knight f6, and you can reach it via several different move orders. So, the main branching of the position is whether black accepts your pawn or not. If you have any prior experience with the Catalan, or if you've seen the Catalan in practice, then you will know that after, for example, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, g3, d5, bishop to g2, excuse me, or knight f3. Black has the option of taking this pawn, or he also has the option of not taking the pawn. So we are going to be calling this open and closed Catalan, as theory states. When black takes our gambited pawn, that's the open Catalan. When black simply goes for development with bishop to e7, that's the closed Catalan. And closed Catalan is going to be covered in a separate video. I'm going to be covering Well, 12 different variations. It's going to be a very long series. The closed Catalan is going to be one of them because it's way simpler than taking the pawn, and there's far less theory. And when it comes to the open Catalan, we are going to be looking at 9 different variations, so prepare for a long series. The point is, after black takes the pawn, a few things have happened on the board. The first thing is our Catalan bishop, and we are going to be calling this the Catalan bishop, is now a monster. This bishop is now the strongest minor piece on the board. It's cutting across black's queen side, and it's very hard to counter that bishop. Why? Because black cannot simply play b6, bishop b7, we would take the rook. The second thing is, well, black is up a pawn. He just captured our pawn on c4. What does that mean? Well, for the moment he has the pawn, which in some variations he will keep, in some variations he will give back, and all of that will be discussed in great detail in the 9 separate videos on the open Catalan. But a few things we can say theoretically immediately. Black has doubled pawns. In theory, these are much weaker, both of them, than all the other pawns on the board. Well, the c4 pawn is visually, immediately, it's quite simple to see that it's weak. White could attack it with queen a4 check immediately. White could also attack it with knight f3, knight e5, and this pawn seems like it's about to drop unless something extreme happens. But also, the c7 pawn is weaker than it used to be, because now there's no white pawn on c4, and the move such as queen c2 is actually putting pressure on c7 as well. If rook c1 happens, which is quite common, then the c7 pawn could be in trouble. Okay, the third point, if white regains this pawn at any point, so for example, queen a4 is also a line we are going to be looking at in a separate video. So for example, this happens, just to give you an example. What happens when white regains his pawn on c4 is that black has traded his d7 pawn for white's c2 pawn. That means that white has an extra pawn in the center of the board. You can see that black only has a pawn on e6. White has pawns on d4 and e2. So if white manages to regain the pawn, then he has greater central control. Okay. However, after d takes c4, there are a couple of more things going on. Well, the first thing is, the Catalan is not an aggressive opening in which you go for black's king and in which you try to checkmate black straight away. Instead of that, what you do is you exert huge pressure on the queen side and on the center and try to gain as much control and as much space as you can during the opening. For that, you have given black the opportunity to take material. He took your pawn, and in exchange for that you are gaining time and initiative. What also happens in all d4, d5 positions is that if d takes c4 happens, it's much easier to play the move e4. And in an ideal world, what the Catalan player wants is to get back this pawn and also expand with e4, meaning that you have a broad center. So for example, let's play random moves, stupid moves for black. G6 is the dreadful move. Let's say knight f3, let's say g6, let's say queen c2. Now queen c2 is a very common move in the Catalan because it both puts pressure on c4 and prepares e4. You can see that this knight is defending. So for example, e4. And now you can see that unless black does something to defend this pawn, white is both going to regain his pawn and have huge central control with an extra central pawn. Okay, let's talk about theory just briefly. I'm just going to show you the main variations we could get into, and I'm going to show you why the Catalan is very popular at top level, and then we are going to talk about some more ideas. So in this position, now we have reached it via d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, g3, dc4, same position, bishop g2. Black has a lot of options. I'm just going to show you two things before we get into the main open Catalan stuff. The reason why most people play knight f3 is because white is considered to be okay in the main lines of the Queen's Indian and in the main lines of the Bogo Indian. So for example, b6 or bishop b4. However, by playing g3 first, you simply avoid that. So it's your choice. You can either allow the Queen's Indian and the Bogo Indian, or you can avoid it with g3. I prefer to avoid. all that stuff and just go in for the straight Catalan. Okay, coming back to this position, one option that's also going to be covered in a separate video is this move queen a4, which we talked about briefly already, which avoids all the theory I'm about to show you in 9 videos and just regains the pawn straight away. Queen a4 check, knight bd7 is the most popular move. And now with queen c4, black is already slightly better. White has simply wasted a ton of time to get this pawn back, and this is not in Catalan spirit. It has been played and it is being played on the highest levels, and if you don't know what you're doing, it's the simplest option to just regain your material, and we are going to cover it in a separate video, but it's not the most critical. The most critical is to play the move bishop g2, or if you already played bishop g2, then to play knight f3, doesn't matter, they can transpose. And now have a look at this. Black has 9 viable options, some of them better, some of them worse, some of them tricky for white to face, some of them less tricky. Nevertheless, all 9 have to be known to great extent by white, because if black plays one of them and you don't know them, you can lose in a matter of moves. Remember that you have given up material. If black is given enough time to consolidate his extra pawn and to develop his pieces, then you will have a dream scenario from the semi-Slav defense, where white is just pushing, where black is just pushing his pawn majority forward. Let me just show you that briefly, and I'll actually flip the board here so that I can show you that. And this I've had in several games. So d4, d5. I'm showing you a position from the semi-Slav just to give you an example. Okay, so here and here and here, and we have the main line Meran, and let's say bishop b3, and let's say a6. In this position, white simply has to play e4 to fight for central control straight away. If he doesn't do that, then black is already equal or slightly better. A very common mistake is for people to castle here. And once black gets in c5, he already has huge pressure on the queen side. Now, let's have a look at, for example, queen e2, which has been played against me. And after bishop b7, let's say, for example, rook to d1. Now here, you can see that there's the option to simply expand at some point and have this 3-2 pawn majority rolling forward, which is very hard to stop. Also, black's bishop is a very good piece. So coming back to the position we discussed, if black is allowed to do something similar to consolidate this 3-2 pawn majority, never mind the pawn on c7, it's fairly similar to the pawn thrust in the semi-Slav. So white has to be extremely careful against wall moves. So what can black do? The main line is pawn to a6, and the idea behind pawn to a6, let me just make this the main line. The idea behind pawn to a6 is to simply try to defend your pawn. So when white castles, which is the main move, black can play b5 straight away, defending the pawn, or he could play knight c6, which is the main move. But you can see that this pawn chain is now consolidated. So what does white do against that? Now we are coming to one of white's, well, to two of white's main plans in the early stages of a Catalan. One of them is knight e5, unleashing this bishop on the rook along the long diagonal. And the second one is, if black tries to consolidate his pawns, you simply break through that structure, if need be, giving up the pawn for good with a4 and or b3. Just breaking open that structure, creating several weaknesses. So in this case, you play knight e5, the rook is attacked. A common way for black to fight against that is to block the position with knight to d5. Now this bishop is blunted, and now you continue, you play a4. And in this position, if black is not careful, for example, if he takes, then black is already simply lost. You take here, and after here, for example, this. The a6 pawn is weak, the c6 square is weak, black is far away from castling, and it's simply lost. So after something like a4, black simply has to accept the fact that you're breaking his structure open. And now, of course, not taking, because the rook is now defended, but b3. And in this position, actually, this is a theoretical position which ends up with black giving a piece and there's nothing better he could do. Or he can take on b3 straight away, and after ab5, rook a8, bishop a8, queen b3, you can see that black's development and the fact that all of these targets exist make white's position very simple to play. So that's very common. Knight e5, weakening the diagonal, and then a4, b3, undermining the pawn structure when black tries to consolidate. Other than a6, which we are going to be looking at in great depth, which is the main line, black can play knight c6, black can play c5, black can play bishop b4 check, black can play bishop to d7, black can play bishop e7, black can play b5, what else? Black can play c6, and black can play knight b to d7. All of these are theoretical moves. If you are a masochist and you want to know the Catalan perfectly, Grandmaster Repertoire 1D4 by Boris Avruk, in volume 1, 200 pages are devoted to these 9 variations. So again, knight c6, the second most popular move, then c5, bishop b4 check, bishop to d7, etc. I'm going to make a separate video on each of these moves. So the whole Catalan series is going to be 12 videos, not counting the introductory video, where we are going to be looking at queen a4 check lines, avoiding the theory in the open Catalan, 9 videos going over all of these key moves, 1 video going over the closed Catalan, and 1 video going over bishop b4 check lines for black, which I'm going to show you in a second. Just one thing before we do that. So let's have a look at the closed Catalan briefly. So after d5, bishop g2. If black doesn't take, then his second option is to play bishop e7. And bishop e7 is not the critical way to play, but it's definitely more solid. Black is just going to A, develop the king side, B, develop the queen side, and doesn't care about your pawn. You can do whatever you want. So for example, knight f3, black castles, you castle. Now at this point, it's not quite the same because black has already castled. So here, black could play c6, black could play knight bd7, or he could take the pawn, but it's still the closed Catalan now. This we are going to be covering in a separate video. Now, coming back to the original position, one more thing I would like to show you. There are 2 more options for black. So far, we've only been looking at d5, sort of complying to white's plans of going into the Catalan after the move g3. Black has 2 more options. One of them is what I think most Catalan players hate seeing on the board, and that's the move c5. And after the move c5, you are basically forced to either transpose into the fianchetto Benoni or into a variation of the English. If you play d5, this is now the fianchetto Benoni, and you can watch the Benoni playlist for this. So ed5 and cd5 and d6 and knight c3, normal fianchetto Benoni. This is not bad for white, it's great for white in my opinion, but there's a ton of theory, separate theory. Or after c5, you can play knight f3 and going into a sort of either, well, going into an English after cd4, knight d4, d5, bishop g2, Reti/English. And the other option after g3, if black doesn't want to go into the main lines, he could play in a sort of Bogo Indian fashion. It's just that the knight is not on f3, there's a pawn on g3. And this move refuses to go into the main lines. And here bishop to d2. There are 2 main moves, queen e7 and bishop e7, both highly theoretical. We are going to be covering all of this in a separate video as well. This I would recommend for players with black who just don't want to learn how to fight the Catalan. This is the simplest way to play. Just play bishop b4 check, avoid all the main lines, and it's quite simple. That being said, the main benefit of this after, for example, bishop to e7 and bishop to g2 and d5 is that black has misplaced white's bishop, which doesn't really want to be on d2. Generally, it wants to be on b2. So yeah, we are going to be talking about all of that in the next 12 videos. I hope you liked the introductory video, and as I said, we are going to be going into great detail. This series will last for about 2 weeks. I'm going to say maybe 3 weeks. And hopefully at the end of it, you know the Catalan really well. Let me know what you think. See you tomorrow and stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stjepan here. Today I'm continuing the Catalan series with the first video on the open Catalan. There are going to be 9 videos on this position here. You can see on the board, because there are 9 theoretical options for black, 9 good moves for black. Now the main move is pawn to a6. We will get to that last. And then we are also going to be looking at in between today and a6 at knight c6, c5, bishop b4 check, bishop d7, bishop e7, c6, and knight b to d7, which are the 7 moves in between. Today we are looking at b5. So all 9 moves are playable. All 9 moves are okay for both sides, some better for white, some better for black. Some more, some less aggressive, some lead to complicated positions, some lead to quite equal boring positions. And it's important that both sides know both moves. Of course, black could focus on one and use it as his main weapon, but my opinion is that if a player with the black pieces only plays one of these moves against the Catalan, then it's going to be easy to prepare against him in serious games. White, on the other hand, if plays the Catalan, has to know all 9. Today we are looking at b5, and b5 has only been played about 200 times, so it's the least common move in the open Catalan. Let's just, before we get into that, let's get into the opening. So we are looking at the Catalan after d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and g3. Also can be started from the move order with knight f3, black plays d5, g3, and when black takes the pawn, white plays bishop to g2. We reach this open Catalan position where on move 5 black gets to choose. This position could also be reached if black plays the move d5, where after c4 the queen's gambit declined, white continues knight f3, knight f6, and then g3, pawn takes, bishop to g2. So we can reach the Catalan via various different move orders. The point is, in this position, we have the critical branching point, the critical crossroads in the open Catalan where black chooses. So b5, why is it the least common move? Even though it seems to be the most logical move, black simply defends his extra pawn and prepares to consolidate his material advantage and win very early on. Well, you will pay a price for that move, because as you can see, white's pieces are, well, quite well placed. This bishop is slicing across the long diagonal, looking at the rook, which is completely undefended. This knight is ready to come into e5. Firstly, opening up this bishop. Secondly, controlling c6, d7, f7. Very key squares around the black king, also making it hard for black to defend the pawn with the moves such as c6 or with the moves such as bishop to d7, because of course the bishop could be taken, and also the king can castle quickly. While on the other hand, while black is defending his pawn, his king is left compromised in the center, his pieces are left undeveloped, and he's basically wasting time. So if white plays slowly, if white plays imprecise moves, and black does manage to consolidate, then of course b5 is the best move. And if you can get away with saving your pawn, then great. But usually, if white knows what he is doing, white is going to try to punish that. Now, in most lines of the b5 open Catalan, white gets huge compensation for the pawn but doesn't regain the pawn. So if black plays b5, he is indeed going to keep the pawns. If you are greedy, you can play b5, but be ready to defend. If white knows his theory and if white knows the plans here, then playing black is very hard. As you're going to see in most lines, black will have to play very precisely, sometimes with only moves, while white is going to have multiple options and he's going to be, well, trying to come up with the most beautiful attacking idea. Okay, coming back to this position where black takes the pawn and white plays bishop to g2 before I get into b5. Well, usually in the Catalan, as I said in the introductory video, and if you haven't seen it, watch it, please. It's in the playlist. You can find the playlist in the description. For this pawn, white gets well, very good development, and also in most lines of the open Catalan, white actually gets to regain that pawn because black decides to play less risky moves. So in a6 lines, knight c6, and most other lines, black regains the pawn. White, excuse me, regains the pawn. And if white regains the pawn, then he will have traded his c2 pawn for black's d7 pawn, which is great because white has an extra central pawn. In b5 lines, where white doesn't regain the pawn, then he still gets one advantage of the Catalan, of the open Catalan, and that's when the d5 pawn disappears and gets to c4, then white is able to play the move e4 without anything being in the way. So white is still going to have a broad center, it's just that black is going to have this 3-2 pawn majority on the queen side, which, if black gets it going, could mean that any endgame is much better for black. And remember that in these b5 lines, usually an endgame is going to be better, if not clearly winning for black. So if white doesn't win in the middle game, it's going to be hard to win later on. On the other hand, white has a very pleasant middle game with a natural huge lead in development and a very broad center, with the moves e4, e5 coming, and yeah, very aggressive play. So let's get into theory. After the move b5, there are two ways to play this position. I've read, and somebody asked me that yesterday, a book recommendation on the Catalan. Definitely Boris Savruk, his Grandmaster Repertoire 1d4. In volume 1, he goes over all 9 moves of the open Catalan, over about 200 pages. And in this position, he only recommends the move a4, which is the main move undermining b5. There's an interesting option as an alternative to that, and that's knight to e5. Now that is less commonly played, and it's not mentioned in Avruk's book, but it's a very interesting move. So you are basically putting pressure on the rook straight away, and usually, as we are going to see in all of these open Catalans, there's a pattern you have to remember. If knight e5, then knight d5. That's usually the automatic response, similar to a6. When black plays a6 in the Benoni, white just plays a4, because stopping b5. In the open Catalan, if white plays knight e5, black plays knight d5. Okay, and only after this you continue a4, and after c6, c6, then you castle and bishop to b7, for example, and e4, you get this knight away. So I think this is interesting. Now let's see what we get. So usually, when knight d5 is played, white is going to want to follow that up with e4, and the knight simply has to drop back to f6. Now what has happened is that this bishop is slightly more active again, and if this pawn should move, the bishop will have much more control. White just continues developing his pieces, now threatening the b5 pawn, so a6. And in this position we come to the critical pattern of creating compensation for this pawn on c4. Now, most people think, well, if he plays knight d5 and my knight is on e5, I don't really have an attack. How am I breaking through? Well, there is one way to break through. And now, this move is not only relevant for this video on b5, this is something you have to look out for in all open Catalan positions, regardless of what black does. You always need to see, can I play this move? Can I go for this? And that's pawn to d5. Completely destroying black's center. Now, that wouldn't be a huge problem if this king was on g8 and the bishop was on e7 and the rook was on f8. Then black would be simply winning, because let's assume, let's just play stupid moves for white and play the same thing with the black king castle. If we play d5 here, well, then black exchanges his extra pawn, his doubled pawn, excuse me. Pairing takes again. I don't know, everything is defended. There's no problem here. Black is perfectly fine. So coming back to the original position, if you play that with the king still in the center, then the fact that lines open up mean a whole lot. Firstly, the queen can come to f3, g4, h5. It could also come to b3, a4 once this diagonal clears up. This knight could be jumping into f7. This is very similar to isolated queen's pawn positions which often occur from the Nimzo-Indian or other similar openings, where this knight on e5 is the leading attacking piece. then the queen on b3 could become very dangerous. So let's look at two options. Firstly, you can do nothing and just develop, or you can take. Now, I think playing bishop e7 is the safest option. So just let me just repeat how we got to this position. So we are on b5, and instead of playing a4, which is the main line, white continues knight e5 straight away. Black has to play knight d5, and now we play a4 and c6. Of course, if a6 is played, then we can just take, because the rook is undefended. That's the trick. And if bishop d7 is played, then we can just take, getting rid of the bishop. So c6. And now white castles, bishop to b7. Now a6 is possible. So e4, knight f6, forced, knight c3, good move, and a6 defending. And in this position, we can now play the move d5. So bishop to e7 is one option, c takes d5 is the other. Bishop e7 has to be better, and the engine likes it more. Actually, it's sort of a bluff. If you play bishop e7, you are admitting that your opponent knows what he is doing. If you play cd, then you are saying, but maybe he doesn't know how to punish this, and now I'm going to play this. But okay, bishop e7. Now there are two moves. One of them is completely crazy, and I don't believe it works, but the engine likes it more than the theoretical move. So the theoretical move is d6, and after f e6, queen e2. Where compensation is apparent for white, and obviously this pawn is going to be a weakness, this diagonal is going to be weak, this diagonal is going to be weak, this diagonal is going to be weak, and something is going to cave in once white's pawns start marching forward. The other option is knight takes f7, and after king takes f7, d takes e6, the engine actually wants to go back. But if we take on e6 and play something like queen f3, white should be slightly better. So this, I think, is very interesting. And if I was playing white in this position, I would probably take on f7. Not that I think the engine couldn't defend, I think it could, but I think a human cannot defend this. So I think that's interesting. The other option after d5 is c takes d5, which is very brave, because now after e takes d5, knight takes d5. If e takes d5, then knight g4, and the black is just collapsing. Something like knight e4, rook e1, and black can resign. So e takes d5, knight takes d5. Knight takes d5, bishop takes, and now you throw in a b5, because now the pawn is pinned again. Let's say bishop to c5. This has all been played before, and if you turn on the engine in this position, white is supposed to be +3. So for example, bishop e3, you offer the trade of this bishops, not allowing black to castle, because after bishop e3, you don't recapture straight away, you play knight takes f7. Of course, he has to take, and now it's just all over. King g8, e4, and yeah. Black simply resigns. It's a wonderful position. I think that after d5, black has to be extremely well prepared to survive. So let's go over that again. So b5, my recommendation for playing against b5 is knight e5. And after knight d5, then a4, c6, white castles, bishop to b7, e4, knight f6, knight c3, a6, and now d5. And again, two options. If bishop e7, just take on f7, and if cd5, then ed5, and whatever he takes with, you get this open crazy position. Okay, after b5 though, the theoretical move is not knight e5, it's a4, simply breaking through this position straight away. Now again, if a6, then you just yeah, actually you don't play takes immediately, you can throw in knight e5 first, provoke this rook to b7 to a7, and then you can take. This is actually an improvement. Not that taking straight away doesn't win, it wins, but okay. The other mistake after a4 would of course be bishop d7, where after knight e5 you just lose this exchange, or you lose a piece if you play knight c6. So after a4, black is forced to play c6. And now there are a couple of options. Avruk recommends a takes b5, leading to some crazy lines that have only been played once or twice. So after a b5, cb5, of course. Now knight e5, knight d5, knight c3, the knight is pinned. So now there are two options. There's bishop b4, pinning the knight, and there's f6. Now, in the book, he goes over both options in great detail. I'm not going to talk about that here because I don't think it's likely to occur on the board. But remember that black can play both moves. If bishop b4, which is the main move, then you can simply castle and pinning, and now, of course, black has to do something, otherwise his position is collapsing. So bishop takes c3, and in this position you don't recapture, because if b takes c3, knight takes c3, then this bishop is attacking the rook and the knight is attacking the queen, so white has to move the queen first. So after bishop takes c3, white actually continues with pawn to e4, and after bishop takes b2, the knight still has to move. White has, of course, given up another pawn, but should have huge compensation after knight e7 and d5. Again, black has to castle here, and now you're looking forward to this move d6. And the other option after knight c3, if not bishop b4, is pawn to f6, where Avrok recommends knight to g4, and this is quite an interesting line: bishop b7, e4, knight c3, bc3, bishop d6, rook b1, etc., etc. So I don't know. I don't like a takes b5. I think compared to the lines after knight e5, white doesn't have as much fun and doesn't have a big enough advantage. At the end of these lines with bishop b4, we were just looking at here, here, black is actually equal or better than equal. So after c6, you have two more options. You don't have to play a takes b5. So again, we are looking at the main move a4 and c6. The other two options are knight e5, leading to the position we already looked at, starting with knight e5, knight e5, a4. So we are transposing to what I showed you first. And the other option is the main move, which is simply to castle, which I think is fine. So you play a4, forcing c6, just throwing in these two moves and then castling. So black plays bishop b7, preparing to play a6 to consolidate his pawn advantage. And now there are two options. You can play b3, playing a full pawn gambit, just making black take and developing your queen. And now after b4, he tries to get in a5 and have this protected passed pawn, but you start with knight e5, something like bishop e7, bishop b2, and queen c7. Often, I forgot to mention that queen c8 is going to be played, sometimes queen c7. That does two things. Firstly, the c pawn can now move because the bishop is defended, and also the c pawn can now move because the c pawn is defended. So queen c8 is going to be a very useful move for black. If you play black in these positions, playing queen c8 is almost never a mistake. I'm not sure why queen c7 is the theoretical move here. I guess there has to be a nuance I don't understand, but it is. I would guess that queen c8 should also be okay. I think queen c8 is also okay. Okay, and after bishop to b7, you don't have to play b3. You can also continue knight e5, which is the main move. And now there are, well, basically three options for black. Firstly, there's a threat in this position. White is threatening to just take the pawn, so something has to be done about that. There are three ways to defend. You can play a6, simply defending the pawn because now the rook is now protected. You can play queen c8, what I just mentioned, so that if ab, then cb, and bishop b7, queen b7 is possible. Or you can play knight d5, which is the automatic response you can always play against knight e5. a6 is the main move. Queen c8 I think is the most interesting. And now white has nothing better but to continue with b3, and this is the undermining process I mentioned in the introductory video. Whenever black tries to consolidate a4, b3 and just blast through, against b3, black usually has nothing better but to take. So now this is a full pawn gambit. You're never getting the pawn back because you just black traded it off. So queen takes b3. Now b4, and we saw this already. After something like a5 for white, stopping a5 from black, black can now continue with c5 because this bishop is defended. And for example, queen a4 check, knight bd7, let's say bishop b7, queen takes b7 and bishop to b2, white should have enough for the pawn. But I don't think white has enough for the pawn. I mean, the engines say it's equal, so white should have full compensation, but I would rather be black. I mean, that's why I'm not a fan of this main line with a4 and castles, because these lines seem to be fine for black. Okay, after knight e5, queen c8, as I said, we just looked at, and that's the trickiest. I think black is better. Knight d5 can also be played, and now we continue in standard fashion. e4, knight f6, knight c3, a6 defending, and now d5. And again, we have the same position we looked at. Bishop e7 is possible, or cd5 is possible. We just reached it by transposition. So again, I like white here. And the main move is a6, which is the most natural way to defend. Now again, we have the option to play b3, which I think is equal, sort of. So for example, b3, cb3, bishop b2, knight b to d7, something like knight to d3. Now in this position, white is going to try to occupy the c5 square and to prevent c5, because even though black is a pawn up, if he never opens this bishop up, then he's going to be worse. So after something like queen b6, preparing c5, take on b3, something like bishop e7, and now knight to d2. And knight to d2 is an interesting move, or interesting maneuver. Now you prepare queen c2, knight b3, and putting all of these onto c5, and as I said, playing against the bishop. So b3 is an option. A way more popular move is knight c3. And now after knight to d5, challenging the knight, black could have also played queen c8 there. Now again, you continue e4, and if black can take something on c3, then he doesn't retreat. So this is similar to the exchange Grunfeld, bc3. And now knight to d7. And now we come to why the main line is the main line. In this position, there are two options, and both are very tricky for black. And now I'm going to show you what white gets for black's pawn. So in this position, white can play two very aggressive moves. One of them is knight takes knight, the other one is f4 straight away. f4 is slightly more popular. Knight takes, I think, is more interesting. So let's have a look at that. So knight takes knight, queen takes knight, and now bishop to e3, simply developing his last piece. Black continues a5, just pushing his pawn majority. Well, black doesn't really have play unless he plays on the queen side, but white plays on the king side. Queen h5. Okay, b4, black creates a passed pawn, fine. Boom, d5. And this is what white is playing for. Look at these two bishops. Look at the queen. Look at the rooks coming in. Very dangerous. E d5. E takes d5. And now, in this position, I would like you to pause the video, actually. You have only one move that's equal. And I think it's very hard to find. Okay, pause the video. What would you play with black? So if you take the pawn, you are just lost. Okay, after bishop to d4, you can resign. If I turn on the engine, this is +4 or +5. Why? Well, after, for example, bishop e7, I don't even have to take on g7. I can just play bishop h3, and your king is just getting cut to pieces. So after e takes d5, you cannot take the pawn. You have to play bishop d6. And after bishop d4, excuse me, whoa, after bishop d4, you have to castle. And still, I mean, I don't want to play this. The engine says this is equal, but yeah, white should actually just give up his bishop here and try to go for a perpetual. But I think there are more interesting options there. So that's knight takes d7. And the other option is slightly more natural, and that's f4. And after bishop e7, knight to g4, preparing to come in. Also, you can play queen g4. But just have a look at this. Black castles. You play e5. He, for example, plays knight b6, continuing to play on the queen side. This has all been played before, and this is all the main line. Now you continue f5, and now it's already very scary to defend for black. ef5, you don't take, you play knight e3, preparing to take with the knight, g6 defending, but now knight takes f5 anyway. G takes f5, rook takes f5, and I mean, what human could defend this position? You have queen h5, bishop h6, you have bishop e4. This is very similar to the Fischer game against the Mongolian guy in the Olympiads, Matsuren or something, where Fischer played the King's Indian attack and just checkmated. The guy couldn't do anything, he was playing on the queen side. For example, king h8, bishop e4, knight d5, rook h5. You just resign. The engine says it's equal, but it's not equal if a human is playing. For example, f5, ef6, knight f6, rook h7. If knight h7, queen h5. What do you do here? There's no way to defend. So that's just one continuation. So to sum up, this b5, let's go back. This b5 idea is good for black if he manages to survive. If he doesn't manage to survive, then, well, you're up a pawn, but you get mated. So tomorrow we are going to continue looking at less risky continuations for black. Again, we have 8 more moves to cover in the Open Catalan, so bear with me. It's going to be a long series, but after the series you will be, I think, well equipped to play the Catalan with both colors. See you tomorrow. Stay tuned for more chess. Bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. Today I'm going to continue the series on the Catalan opening with the move knight b to d7 in the Open Catalan, which is one of the 9 theoretical moves black could play, starting in this position. So we are looking at knight b to d7. Now the other moves that so far we have covered b5, but we are also going to be looking at a6, which is the main line, knight c6, the second most common move, c5, bishop b4 check, bishop d7, c6, and bishop e7. So the Open Catalan can occur via many different move orders. That's the first thing I would like to emphasize. Here I'm going to show you a position that starts with knight f6, but we could also start with 1 d5 for black. Here white could play knight f3, allowing black the opportunity to play the Bogo Indian with bishop b4 or the Queen's Indian with b6. But if black plays d5, then g3 is the Catalan, and the Open Catalan occurs when d takes c4 is played. For all of this in more detail, watch the introductory video to the playlist on the Catalan. You can find it in the description below. Today I'm just going to be focusing on something more advanced, which is this position after bishop to g2 and knight b to d7. Now the move knight b to d7 has been used in the past, and I would say it's somewhat of an old move. Smyslov and Korchnoi have played it, and today almost no top grandmaster plays this move. The reason why this move is not played anymore is because it doesn't provide black with enough activity and enough fighting chances. And even though the move is quite logical, prepares to play either knight b6, defending the pawn temporarily, or prepares so knight b6 to defend the c4 pawn, or prepares rook b8, which is very interesting. There are more important developing moves or prophylactic moves than knight b to d7. That being said, the move knight b d7 is not bad. It's just not good enough for 2800 players compared to, let's say, a6. But that doesn't mean that it's not a good weapon for us. And it also doesn't mean that if you play the Catalan with white that you shouldn't know it, because if you don't know it, you can still lose a game fairly quickly. So, knight b d7. So as I said, there are 2 ideas behind this move, knight b6 or rook b8. Also rook b8 in combination with a6 b5. So by this knight having left the b8 square, it's becoming easier for black to try and defend his pawn. White has 3 options. White can play the move castles, which is the main continuation. He could play knight b to d2, which, as I'll show you, leads to one of the very dangerous simplifications in regards to white's advantage, which happens if the knight gets to b6. White plays knight b d2 takes, and then a trade happens, in which case black has basically traded off his b8 knight for white's b2 knight, for white's b1 knight. White has regained his pawn, and the pawn structure should be slightly better for white because white has a central pawn for a c pawn, but it should be equal. And that happens after knight b to d2. So these are the two continuations. One continuation, which is, if you only look at the number of games, the most popular one is queen a4. The problem is that queen a4 will lead to a transposition to early queen a4 lines. What do I mean by that? If we look at the position after g3 and d takes c4, something we are going to be covering in a separate video are queen a4 check positions, where white simply tries to either regain the pawn or regain the pawn and move later. They could also occur, just give me one more second, from this position here without knight f3. So d5, bishop g2, d takes c4, queen a4 check. Or they could occur from this position with knight f3 and without bishop g2, which is the most common way for queen a4 to be played. And now after knight b to d7, you can see that we have the same position we would have if queen a4 was played after knight b d7. So queen a4 is a transposition we are not going to be focusing on in this video. I'm just going to show it briefly. And then we are going to be covering that separately. So in fact, let's start with queen a4 just to get that out of the way. So if black plays knight b d7, the idea behind queen a4 is to simply take back the pawn. Now, this, as I said, is a very common theoretical line for white, but the problem is that it takes time to regain that pawn, and that gives black the time to expand on the queen side, gain ground on the queen side, and get a very good bishop pair. Or white has the two bishops still, but black's bishop pair will be very good if white allows all of that. So let me give you an example. So queen a4 preparing to take on c4, and now a6. Now white, of course, doesn't have to take on c4 straight away. White's second most common move is knight to c3, where b5 is of course impossible because of knight takes b5, but let's say queen takes c4, and now black's logical follow-up is b5, and now you can immediately see that this bishop is going to have a great time on b7. The other bishop will come to c5 after c5 is played, and this looks like an extremely good semi-Slav for black, where white has fianchettoed his bishop. So white is basically playing a Catalan against the semi-Slav. So I myself, I'm very subjective towards these positions. Whenever the c8 bishop gets to b7 and c5 can be played, and here c5 really cannot be prevented, black is basically equal, and that's the case here. So white has two options, queen c6 or queen c2. Queen c6 is the more aggressive choice. Queen c2, I think, is, well, slightly better. So queen c2 and bishop b7, of course, white castles, and black plays c5. And as you can see, black has absolutely no issues here. The only way for white to try and complicate things is to strike at the king side straight away. But now that the rook has been defended, and of course the rook can move, I really don't think there are many issues. After c5, white could also simply take d takes c5, and after bishop takes c5, play knight c3. And now again, you can see that the pawn structure, even the pawn structure, is symmetrical. I'd argue that black's bishops are better than white's. I would say that white's knights are better than black's, and white has a slight lead in development. Or actually, it's equal. Black is yet to castle, and white is yet to develop his bishop. But black shouldn't have any issues here. So my recommendation is that if you don't play early queen a4 check lines, and again, we are going to go over that in a separate video, then against knight b to d7, I wouldn't recommend queen a4 lines. I think there are better continuations, because when you play queen a4 check, then black can play knight b to d7 to get into these positions. The reason why black doesn't play knight b to d7 before you play queen a4 check is because those positions are okay for him. The reason why he doesn't play knight b d7 first is because he fears what I'm about to show you now. Okay, so two options. Castle's main move, let's go over knight b d2 and just briefly. Whoa. Okay, knight b to d2. Now here's the point of knight bd7, or one of the points, knight b6, and white of course has played knight d2. White could also play knight a3. Black shouldn't really give up this bishop, but knight bd2 is safer. And now knight c4, queen a4 check, and after bishop to d7, white takes back. And I mean, this is equal. This bishop is going to be great on c6. White should castle, and black just develops normally. For example, bishop g5 and castles, and something like rook c1 and rook c8 and rook d1 and maybe queen d6 or queen d5. It's just an equal position. So this is not the way to play for an advantage with white. That being said, you could have success with a sort of minority attack on the queen side, provoking moves like b6. So let me give you an example. So for example, here instead of rook e1 you play b4, and now for example b6. Now if b6 happens, you can already start undermining this structure. For example, queen d7 and a5. And if you can weaken something, for example the c7 pawn or the a7 pawn, or isolate those two pawns, well, fine. But black has many ways to defend. Okay, and now let's have a look at the main move. The main move after knight b to d7 is to simply castle, and well, playing in the Catalan style, saying, why, I don't care about this pawn. I'm not going to play queen a4 to get it straight away. I'm not going to play knight bd2 to play knight c4 straight away. I'll just castle and develop my pieces and put pressure on your position. Excuse me. So black has a lot of options. We're going to have a look at them. We're going to have a look at all of them. Some in greater detail, some in lesser detail. The main move is rook b8. Then c5 is the second most popular. We have bishop e7, we have c6, a6, and knight b6. And they all make sense. Bishop e7 is sort of copying what white is doing. Fine, you can take the pawn on the next turn. I'm also going to develop, and I don't care if you get the pawn back. All other moves prepare to defend the pawn. c6 and a6 obviously prepare to strengthen b5. Rook b8 obviously prepares b5 without being on this dangerous diagonal. c5 tries to break open white's center and develop the bishop with tempo, after which it will be easier to defend the pawn with something like queen c7. So for example, if white is not careful after c5, if he takes, then bishop takes, developing with tempo, and if something attacks the pawn, then for example queen c2, queen c7, if you take the pawn you lose the queen. That's just one example, and it's sort of better for black if white complies. So let's have a look at c5 first. Actually, after c5, white's best is just to play knight a3, and after knight b6 to go for this trade once more. So knight takes c4, knight takes d4, and now queen a4. Queen a4 getting back the piece. Bishop d7 is always the reply, and now here. And the problem for white here is that b5 gains a ton of space. You can see that because of these two bishops. White is sort of restricted. So now after queen c2, c4 would release the tension in the center, so that's not something you should consider here. Instead, black should play rook c8 and just put more pressure. And here dc5, bishop c5, and something like queen b3, and again, black should be fine. These two bishops look really good, and not too many issues for white, but white still has a lead in development. These two pawns are definitely weaker than white's pawns, and you could target them. You have the e5 square. This bishop is very good, much better than the d7 bishop for the moment, and white should have a slight advantage. Okay, that's c5. If bishop e7 is played, which is, let's say, the most prudent move for black simply trying to develop, well then you can continue with knight b to d2 if you want to take the pawn back, and that's the most common move. You can also play knight a3, you can play knight f to d2, which is an interesting option. Has been played a few times. You can play queen a4. There are a lot of moves, but they all have the same goal, just to take this pawn. knight b6. Now queen c2, castles, knight takes c4. Now we have this trade again. Takes, and c6 to strengthen the diagonal. And this position I'm not a big fan of for black. This is, I would say, a bad version of the semi-Slav, because your bishop is on c8, and because it's going to have it's going to take some time to play b6, bishop a6, and if you do play it, then c6 is very weak. And if you want to play more sensibly, then c5 would be a way to develop the bishop, like this. But then why do you play c6, and then this is weak again? So logically you have to go for e5, but that's going to take time to prepare. So for example, rook e8, bishop d6, or rook e8, queen d6, or rook e8, e5, and then see what happens. So I'm not a big fan of this position. So bishop e7 passive. c6 and a6 should both be met with an advance on the queen side with a4, and you basically prevent an easy b5. So here against c6, a4, black should continue with a5, because a5 from white was a threat. And now after queen c2, you can see that, for example, knight b6, knight bd2, white is going to get his pawn back. So for example, bishop e7, takes. And now whose squares are weaker? I don't know, to be honest. I would say that white's bishop is better, and that's very important in correlation to these pawns and these squares. So I would say white's position is slightly better. The same goes for a6. You just play a4, and now a5 is not the answer because you're moving the same pawn twice, but rook b8, and after a5, again, b5 is prevented, because you can take en passant. So bishop d6, for example, knight bd2, and b5 now has to be played to defend the pawn, but a b6 and knight b6 to defend the pawn, knight c4, queen a4, bishop d7, we have the same continuation. And again, because of this weakness here, I would definitely say that white is better. The material is equal for the moment. Black has the move bishop b5, but the pawn is always going to be weak. And also, white king is already safe. White has a great bishop on g2, especially after he plays knight e5, so no problem. Okay, then finally, before we get onto the main line with rook b8, I would like to look at knight b6, which in this position, since white has castled, is probably the most straightforward way to continue playing after knight bd7. So white plays knight bd2, and now he's going to take. You don't have a way to defend, but you have time for c5. And after knight c4, queen a4, bishop d7 takes. I think this is a nice position. You can continue rook c8 once you defend the a7 pawn. You can play b5 straight away. We've already seen this, and again, this should be pleasant. Queen c2, we already looked at this position. Rook c8, and now dc5, bishop g5 can also be played. Okay, and the main line is rook to b8. Now, there are a couple of ways to play this position. b6, oh, excuse me, rook to b8. a4 should be played by white, trying to simply prevent an easy b5, because if b5, then you take it, and this is just dreadful. So against a4, there are two moves, basically, three moves. In a game played between Vidit and Carlsen continued b6, and Vidit played knight bd2. Carlsen played bishop a6, and after queen c2, or excuse me, yeah, Carlsen was black, and in this position c3 was played, trying to, well, dissolve the pawn that way. There are other options, of course. I think c5 is one of the better options, just breaking through the center. So b6 is a way to play, try to consolidate the queen side. You're going to give the pawn back, that's not questionable. So for example here, like this. Also after a4, as black, you can continue with a5, simply preventing a5, and that's not a problem for white. You continue knight b to d2, and after knight b6, queen c2, again we will have this trade. Well, for example, bishop e7, again we are going to get this trade. and black is going to be playing for b5, after which a5 is going to be weak. And finally, what's the most common move? That's a6, and now you will get b5 eventually, and of course white continues a5, and of course b5 will be met with en passant, but rook is on b8, so this is sort of an English in reverse idea, where white plays rook b1 and plays on the b file, declines a trade on the a file. So in this position, black could play b5 straight away, of course a b6, and you don't want to take with the c pawn, even though that looks really nice, and if you're given time playing b5 and great position, you don't want to take with the c pawn because of bishop f4. And I think this is something you have to know as black, and you have to know how to exploit as white, because now if you play rook b7, then I take on a6, and if you take rook a8, then I play knight e5, and well, that's kind of embarrassing, because if you play rook a7 now, then I'm going to play knight c6. So against b5, a b6, it's not perfect for black, because he has to take with the rook. And after rook takes, white continues knight bd2, and again, this one, the c4 pawn is dropping. The a6 pawn is much weaker than the b2 pawn. So I don't think b5 straight away is the best option. Instead, bishop d6 to prevent this idea of bishop f4. And now, of course, after b5, a b6, you can take with the knight, you can take with the c pawn. So after knight bd2, b5, a takes b6. Taking with the b pawn, with the c pawn, excuse me, is possible, but knight takes c4, and again, let's say bishop to c7, bishop to d2. These two are again slightly weaker. You're losing the c4 pawn, so these two will be targets. So that's not as common. More common is to take with the knight, to actually temporarily defend the pawn. So knight takes, queen a4, bishop d7, and queen takes c4, and again you get this idea of bishop e5 and putting pressure on the e2 pawn and on the f1 rook. We saw this position already. Okay, let's just have a brief look at the main line once more. Excuse me. So a4, a6, a5, bishop to d6, excuse me, knight b to d2. Okay, and after knight b to d2, b5, a takes b6, knight takes b6. Now in this position, you don't have to take on c4 straight away. There are more moves in this position. You can play b3 and not losing time to get the pawn. You can play queen c2 before you take. You can also play knight e5, which is very interesting, offering a trade of knight for bishop, dislodging the f6 knight if that's taken, threatening knight c6. And you can also play e4. So there are a lot of attacking options in this position. And I think the position is definitely easier for white to play. This is a very thematic position, and that's why I would like to stop here. It's not really theoretical. I think there have been maybe 5 games from this position, maybe 6, something like that. But knowing the plans is important. Knowing that you are going to be putting pressure on black's queen side, more so than on the king side, which is usually what happens in the Catalan. And also knowing that you can simply ignore this pawn. You don't have to trade your knight for his knight and go into that sort of equal position. There are many interesting ways to continue here. For example, e4 just threatens 2 pieces. So if bishop e7, then knight e5. And now you're threatening knight c6, you're threatening knight c4. You can play queen h5 if this knight moves. So it's getting interesting. So try to improvise. And since there are no grandmaster games from this position, or very few, there's actually a game by Bogdan Lalic played last year. Bogdan Lalic won. He had the white pieces here. He's a Croatian grandmaster. And try to analyze by yourself. Okay, thank you very much for watching. We are going to continue with the next move very soon, tomorrow. And we are going to be looking at bishop e7 in the next video. Oh, excuse me. So the third rarest move. And I hope you're enjoying the series on the Catalan so far. Again, there's a link to the whole playlist in the description. Thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. Today I'm going to continue the series on the Catalan with black playing c6 in the open Catalan. This is the position you can see on the board. From now on, I'm going to be publishing the PGNs for my videos, the study PGNs, and they are going to be available on Patreon. So if you're a patron, you can find the PGN for today's video in the feed. And if you want to support me and become a patron, there's a link in the description. So how do we reach this position? Once again, if you haven't seen the introductory video to the Catalan, you can find the link to the entire playlist in the description as well. I would recommend that you do that if you haven't seen it. And there are other moves Black can play on move 5. So this is basically the critical position in the open Catalan, which we reach via several different move orders. One of the most popular is d4, knight f6, c4, e6. White now plays knight f3, we have d5 and g3, the Catalan. Now Black has the option to play the closed lines with bishop e7, or he can play the critical move d takes c4, taking the pawn. We are now in the open Catalan. And after bishop to g2, Black now has a ton of options. He can play b5, knight bd7, bishop e7, which we have already covered. Today we are going to have a look at c6, which is a very natural move. But in the following videos, we are also going to be covering bishop to d7, bishop b4 check, c5, knight c6, and a6, which is the main line. So c6 in this position, what's the idea? Well, in the Catalan or against the Catalan, Black, when he takes the pawn, when he plays the open lines, usually tries to hold on to his pawn, to his extra pawn on c4. Now that may not seem like a big deal now, but considering that the c4 pawn is already far advanced and that it could be supported with b5, then Black has the option of creating a very potent pawn majority on the queen side with a pawn chain, for example, with a6, b5, and c4. Therefore, in any endgame, Black is going to have a potential passed pawn on the queen side. In exchange for that, what does White get? Well, White plays the Catalan to get enormous pressure on Black's position. One of his main assets is the g2 bishop, the Catalan bishop, which is staring at the rook on a8, and there are often tactical issues along this diagonal. Along with that, he has the option to play the move knight e5, firstly trying to regain his pawn, secondly trying to put pressure or further pressure on c6. So if, for example, knight e5 and, I don't know, let's just play a bad move, well, let's say b6, well then there would be tactical issues on the diagonal, you can already see. Let's delete b6. So there are a couple of ways to play against c6. If you know the idea behind the move, then it's going to be easier to figure out what to do. Well, c6 is a very logical move for Black. Firstly, it blocks the bishop on the g2 on the h1 AA diagonal, makes it far less powerful. Secondly, it prepares the move b5, which, if Black manages to play it safely without any consequences, is going to mean that he indeed does have the extra protected pawn on c4. So what can White do? Well, he can play knight e5 straight away, trying to regain his pawn, or he can play castles. Let's have a look at castles first. In this position, that's a sideline that should nevertheless be mentioned. It's not as aggressive as knight e5, it's not the critical move, but it's still playable, and it's the second most popular move. Now, the only way to punish White for castling instead of playing knight e5, going for the pawn and for the pawn on c6, is to play pawn to b5. Now, there are two options for White. If you play knight e5 now, threatening to take on c6, well then Black would simply play bishop to b7, defending everything, and after you play a4, Black seems to be in trouble, but after a6, everything is defended. There are no issues on the a file. So, for example, if you take the pawn here, Black can safely recapture with the a pawn because the bishop defends the rook. Also, if Black captures with the c pawn, that would mean he loses the bishop, therefore the move a6. So knight e5 in this position is not recommended. I think it's still a theoretical move, not that it's bad or anything. After bishop to b7, the theory goes for about 10 more moves. So, for example, a6, knight to c3, knight to d5, and e4, trying to gain pressure in the center after knight c3, bc3 is a theoretical position, and White should be okay, but I think there's a more critical way to play the position. Okay, firstly, this is something you are going to have on the board by transposition if you play the critical move as well after b5. I just think that after b5, if you play what I'm going to recommend, there might be more chances for black to go wrong. So we're going to be looking at a fairly similar position. Look what happens. After castles, you play b5, and instead of playing, black plays b5, and instead of playing knight e5, which we just saw can be responded to with bishop b7, you play a4 straight away. And after a4, there are basically no better moves for black but to play bishop to b7. Now, the reason why I recommend a4 first is if black goes wrong, for example, plays bishop e7, which seems like a fairly natural move, you can simply take. And after pawn takes, then you play knight e5, and then black is lost. So there are more chances for black to go wrong in this position. However, after a4, black should continue with bishop to b7. And now there are two options. You can play knight e5, which we just saw, which is the position we have been looking for a while now. Instead of that, you could go for b3. Now, this is a move I wouldn't recommend. Why? Because after c takes b3, black has now managed to trade off his doubled extra pawn, meaning since the pawn is not on the board, you can never take it. And after queen takes b3, black is now permanently a pawn ahead. He has two options here. He can play a6, again preventing a takes b. He can also play b4, just saving his pawn, which is now protected by the bishop. That means that black now has a protected passed pawn, which is dangerous. Of course, white has much better development in exchange for the pawn. White has the g2 bishop, white's king is safe, and black's king is still on e8, so black could run into trouble quickly, but he has an extra pawn. After knight e5, which is the critical move, queen c8 is the move black should play to prepare the move c5 while defending the bishop. So if you play c5 now, which is a move you would like to play, white would take the bishop. If black takes the pawn on d4, then fine, he wins another pawn, but after bishop to b2, queen to d8, this is just too much pressure. And this is considered to be very good for white, despite white being 2 pawns down. It's not really clear how black is going to develop in any sensible way without, well, getting into huge problems with his king, and white should be better. Therefore, black against knight e5 should play queen c8. And now a5, you want to prevent a5 from black defending his pawn permanently, and c5, which was the idea behind queen c8. And after queen a4 check, knight b to d7, you can take on b7, queen takes b7, you can take on e3, simply putting tremendous pressure on this pawn and on the knight. So for the moment, black is still a pawn ahead, but it seems like he is going to give up this pawn because he will have to play c4 or give up the pawn on c5. And after c4, knight takes c4, relieving some of the pressure of d7, bishop e7, the knight goes back to e5, and in this position, black has enough time to castle. Again, the material is now equal, the material is leveled, but black has this passed pawn, so that could be useful. Therefore, I don't think b3 is the critical move to play. I would recommend going into lines we saw already with knight e5. And after knight e5, black has a couple of options. a6 is the most sensible move. He could also play knight to d5 and queen to c8, preparing c5 and defending the bishop. So remember this position. This is a critical position which you are going to encounter in many Catalans, in many open Catalans. It doesn't have to be this move order, it could be other move orders, but the patterns are what matters. So, queen c8. Let's look at that first. After queen to c8, white needs to play actively, because if black manages to play a6 and c5, then he will simply be better. So white needs to undermine the structure with b3. And after c takes b3, black is again his extra pawn ahead, and he again plays b4, and we have transposed to the position we saw previously. So that's what you should do if black plays queen c8. You basically have no way to avoid the lines with b3. If after knight e5, black plays knight to d5, now we reach one of the most famous patterns in the Catalan. As soon as knight e5 and knight d5 is played, it's almost always correct for white to expand with e4, chasing this knight back, then following that up with knight c3, defending the pawn, and black now plays a6, and here is the second critical pattern. Once you have this position with pawns on c6, a6, and e6, and black has kept his extra pawn, you have a knight on e5, then it's almost always correct to break with d5. Why? Well, the pawn is, of course, the d5 square is, of course, sufficiently defended from black. He has a bishop, a knight, 2 pawns, and the queen, but you get a ton of compensation in exchange for this break. The main move is c takes, and after e takes, knight takes. Now we see what the Catalan is all about. White plays the move queen to h5. And after g6, which is pretty much forced, remember this knight is pinned to the bishop now that the queen is gone. You play, after g6, you play queen to f3, and black can continue with something like f5 to relieve the pressure on f7. Now, for a pawn, this is huge compensation. Firstly, in regards to king safety, secondly, in regards to development, and I think I would love to have this position with white. Therefore, after knight e5, most people don't go in for knight d5, they play a6. Okay, and after knight c3, which is white's only really sensible developing move, black plays knight d5 now. Why? Because after e4, he does not have to go back, he can take on c3. And after b takes c3, he can continue with knight d7, trying to, well, disturb your position and take on e5. So you have to continue with f4, and after bishop e7, I don't think white has an advantage here, which is coming back to the original branching of the position after c6, which is why I wouldn't recommend castles. I would recommend the main move knight e5. Why? Because here after bishop e7, knight g4 is the main move, and after castles, e5 is the main move. And for example, knight b6, looking at the d5 square and f5, you are going to get a ton of pressure on black's position, but it's basically equal. And after knight e3, black plays g6, you actually have to sacrifice a piece here if you want to stay equal. So knight f5, gf5, and rook f5. And now, if black manages to defend, then he is simply material up. If black doesn't manage to defend, then you win. The engine gives this as 0.000000000. I wouldn't want to be in white's shoes here, because I have to win by checkmate, basically. If I trade pieces off, I lose. So that's the main line after castling. Now let's have a look at knight e5. So instead of castles, which leads to the position we just saw, knight e5. Okay, this is the most principled move. It aims to regain this pawn straight away, and still keeping a lot of pressure on the position. The downside is the main move that black can play, and that's bishop b4 check. We're going to have a look at that in a second. First, let's look at black's alternatives. In my opinion, one of the most interesting moves is c5. And that prevents knight takes c6. It allows knight takes c4, but if knight takes c4 is played, then queen takes d4 or pawn takes d4. So in this position, white has to play a very uncomfortable move, bishop to e3, simply defending his pawn. And now after knight to d5, which is black's main response, you don't have to fear the knight capturing this bishop. You can simply castle, because if knight e3, then f e3, and all of a sudden black is in huge trouble on f7. So after castles, black plays knight d7, preparing to safeguard his position with knight f6 if need be. And now we continue with knight takes c4, we take the pawn, b5 chasing the knight away, the knight goes back to e5, black now exchanges, and after bishop to b7, he should be okay, fine, his king is still in the center. However, he has the 3-2 pawn majority, and I think this is a very interesting line. So white's main is knight c3 and knight takes bishop, queen takes queen, rook takes queen, f takes knight, bishop takes bishop, king takes bishop, and b4, for example, chasing the knight away, knight b5, rook d2. I don't see any issues for black here. In fact, I would rather be black. 3-2 pawn majority, very active rook, and material is equal, but black has tripled pawns, white has tripled pawns. If the fact that black's king is still in the center is enough, well. The engine gives this a slightly better for white. This is, I turn on the engine just to see the exact evaluation. Plus 0.7 for white after knight c7 check. Still, I don't think this is as good for white. So that's what happens after c5. A very interesting way to simply break open the position straight away. And it might be strange that black is playing c6 and then c5, but he wanted to lure white into playing knight e5. The second move I would like to look at is b5, and here we are going to look at some critical lines, first played by Viktor Korchnoi, and this was a big thing, and it kind of still is. Okay, now after b5, if white manages to get his pawn back, then he's simply better, because this diagonal has been weakened because of the move b5, and black has simply overextended while neglecting his development. You might also be wondering, well, what's going on after knight takes c6. After knight takes c6, it seems like black is losing material, but he has this very interesting idea of playing queen to b6. And now white has nothing better but to play the critical move knight a5. I know this is complicated, but bear with me. If knight takes b8, then bishop to b7, and this knight is trapped, and of course black is perfectly fine. The critical move is knight a5. Now this may seem completely stupid because the queen can take the knight with check, but if the queen takes the knight with check, then bishop to d2 actually wins the rook. So for example b4 and bishop a8 wins material for white. Not that black is lost, but white is ahead. Definitely. So the main move after knight a5 is actually to play the move knight to d5. And this is the main critical move with which black is supposed to consolidate his material advantage. However, white continues with bishop to d2, now finally defending the knight. Knight c6, no better square to develop the knight to. And after knight takes c6, queen takes c6, you castle. Black plays bishop to b7, and now you continue with e4. So in the lines after queen b6, you don't get the pawn back straight away. You get it, well, in a second. So this position is 7 pawns each. So it's perfectly fine, and you have huge pressure. Why do you have huge pressure? Because black's king is still on e8. You're breaking through the center, and you have perfectly sensible development. Knight of 6, and now again the critical move, d5. Okay, if e takes d5, black is lost. That should be said immediately. If e takes d5, then e takes d5, queen d7, rook e1 check, and this is just busted. If bishop e7, then bishop b4 followed by d6 loses, so he has to play king d8. Now bishop a5 check can be played, king c8, knight c3, and all of the pieces are flooding in. Black can resign. So against d5, black has to play queen to d7, defending straight away. And now white has a couple of options. Bishop to c3 is considered to be the best move, putting pressure on the knight. Bishop e7 defending, and now d6. And bishop d6 is what you basically have to play. You don't want to leave that pawn there or retreat the bishop back to f8 because e5 is coming. So bishop d6 and e5, seemingly attacking two pieces, but bishop takes g2, king takes g2, and b4 manages to get rid of all that pressure. So ef6, bc3, fg7, rook g8, and knight c3. And in this position, this is sort of similar to some gambits in the Italian game, except that white has a fianchetto structure. I would much rather be white. It's knight versus bishop. The g7 pawn is likely going to drop. In fact, black can take it straight away, but a nice position for white. So that's what happens after b5. And one thing you have to remember is this, after knight takes c6, this move queen b6 and then knight a5. That's the critical line. Okay, and now let's look at the most logical refutation of knight e5. That's the fact that white hasn't castled, so bishop b4 check comes with tempo. Now, your move is bishop to d2. There are two options here, queen takes pawn or bishop dropping back to e7. Bishop e7 is the main move. If queen takes pawn, then you trade pieces and get the bishop pair. So you play bishop takes bishop, queen takes e5, and knight a3. Okay, so in this position you're preparing to take on c4, so b5. And here is your compensation. So for the moment, again, black has 8 pawns, white has 6 pawns, white is 2 pawns down. So bishop d6, queen takes b2, 3 pawns down, which may seem ridiculous, but after castles and something like knight d5 to block the diagonal, you can see that black's king is stuck in the center. White can expand with e4. And after, for example, knight c3, white can continue with queen h5. And this is very unpleasant. If, for example, knight d7, then you continue with e5, cementing this bishop, making sure that the king never has any safety. h6 is one of the moves that black could play, and then e5, bishop to b7, rook to b1, chasing the queen away, but giving up the exchange. So knight takes b1, rook takes b1, queen takes a2, and rook takes b5. And this is just crushing for white. If c takes b5, which is basically forced, then bishop takes b7, picks the exchange back. And after b4, knight b5. This is not good for the black king. Black, of course, has, what does he have? He has 3 pawns and 2 exchanges, but white should be better. So if you want to play something crazy as black, play queen takes d4. You will have to be defending this position, but it's, I would say, highly unlikely you will succeed. A much more common move is bishop back to e7. And after this, we play normal chess, e3, developing. And now black can play c5 again. He can play castles, and he can play knight bd7. If knight bd7 or castles, you simply pick up the pawn, and you should be fine. If c5, you take, and after bishop takes c5, you can again just take this pawn. And after b5, which is the critical move, now again we come to the position where we take on c6. And this time there's no queen check, there's no queen b6. The bishop is on e7, so if queen b6, we can simply take here, and then the rook is hanging. So this line, black gives up the exchange. So knight takes c6, the queen was attacked. Bishop c6 check, you have to play bishop to d7, bishop a8, queen a8. Now this may seem lost for black because he is a clear exchange down, and of course the pawn situation is equal, but it's actually quite enough compensation. And from this position on, 6 games have been played, 2 games won by white, 4 draws, and if white castles, 2 games have been played. 1 draw, 1 win for black. So you actually have to be very precise. The precise move is f3. Not castling, but playing f3 to restrain the f6 knight. And now the same reply from black, even if you had castled instead of f3, e5. And now black has managed to turn the tables. Black is down material, not white, but black is the one attacking. You castle here, ed4, ed4, black castles here. And this pawn structure, when attacked by the 2 bishops, is extremely fragile. And this knight could come into h5, the queen is already perfectly placed, the bishop could come to c6. These pawns could start rolling down the board, the rook could come to d8, so definitely enough compensation for black. If I turn on the engine, it says +1 almost for white, but that's with extremely precise play. So to conclude things, the move c6 is very interesting, and I think that the line with bishop b4 check leading to the loss of the exchange is something you can play if you're a crazy player and aggressive, but you can also choose between b5 and c5 in this position, which are very different positions. So c6, I don't know, I usually play the Queen's Indian with black now, and against the Catalan I've been playing a6, the main line. But I'm actually thinking of switching to c6 because the positions are very interesting. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hope you got something from this video. Let me know what you think and stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to continue the series on the Catalan opening. We are still covering the Open Catalan, and out of the 9 moves that we are going to cover in the separate videos today, we are going to go over bishop e7, which is one of the rarest lines and the move that not even Boris Avrukh mentions. And if you've ever studied the Catalan, Boris Avrukh is one of the biggest theoretical experts. And he doesn't devote a chapter to this move, and he does devote a chapter to all other moves. I still wanted to include this move because it's very tricky for white to play against, and black has a very simple plan he could go for. Okay, so other moves that are possible, and we have covered some so far. We have covered b5 and knight bd7. Black could also play a6, which is the main move, knight c6, c6, c5, and bishop to d7. So we're going to be looking at all of those moves today. Let's focus on bishop e7. So what's the idea of bishop e7? Well, firstly, the Catalan is an opening in which black often tries to keep and keeps his extra c4 pawn after d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5. Again, other move orders are possible. Watch the introductory video if you haven't. And after g3, dc4. And now white continues with bishop to g2. Simply leaving this pawn b, seeing what black is going to do. When black plays bishop e7, he is saying, well, I'm going to develop my king side sensibly. I'm not going to run into any trouble with my king. If you want to, you can spend some time and take the pawn. And that's exactly the choice white has here. The first option I should mention is that the most common move, white castling and after that black castling, actually leads to the closed Catalan. Closed Catalans are positions in which black doesn't take the pawn, which may seem confusing at the moment. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So if, for example, after the move g3, black doesn't take d takes c4, but instead plays bishop to e7, this is now the closed Catalan. And after bishop to g2, now one of the most common moves is d takes c4. Much more common is to castle. So black castles, white castles. This is by far the main move. And now 10,000 games with d takes c4. We have now entered the closed Catalan with d takes c4, which is the main line. We have just reached it via a different move order. So again, in the bishop e7 open Catalan, after g3 black takes, going for the open Catalan, white plays bishop g2, black plays bishop e7, and now if both sides castle, we have transposed to the closed Catalan. So this is going to be covered in a separate video. After I finish covering the open lines, we are going to go over the closed Catalan in a long video, and the emphasis is going to be on this exact position. So I'm not going to go over that in this video. The important thing to know is that if in the open Catalan on move 5 black plays the move bishop to e7, you can choose to transpose to the closed Catalan with simply castling, and if that suits you better, you can do that. Today we are going to go over the only alternative to castling and going into the closed Catalan, the only way to stay in the open Catalan with bishop e7, which is arguably more promising for white, and that's to simply take this pawn. Since black has declined to defend it, let's take the pawn. So the move is queen a4, check. Okay, now whatever happens, and black has several ways to play this position. He can play knight bd7, bishop d7, or knight c6, which is quite rare but can be played. Whatever happens on the next move, on move 7, white takes the pawn back. Okay, so we are looking at three options. The most natural move is knight b to d7. My favorite from black's perspective is bishop d7. Knight c6 is quite rare, and I'm going to show you why before we get into theory. So let's just briefly have a look at this position. This may be confusing at the moment, but it's a position we will often reach in the bishop e7 line of the open Catalan. So what's going on? Well, and we are going to get to this step by step, but what happens is once white has captured the c4 pawn, black has time to go for a6, b5 and chase the queen away. After that, after the queen retreats, black's main break in this position is the move c5. Of course, black doesn't want to keep this pawn on c7, where it can be a target. Also, if white takes this pawn, The pawn structure is going to be symmetrical. White has a slight space advantage because his pawn is on e4 instead of e3, but the position should be equal. And this is the key moment. Black gets time whenever white takes the pawn back on c4. So before we get into theory, let's just focus on this position for a second. The reason why I said knight c6 is not a common way to cover the check is because knight c6 blocks your c-pawn, and you have to know exactly what to do to get that knight out of the way and to get in c5 nevertheless, which you have to get in. So a couple of options in this position, and again we are going to get to this, but let's just focus on it for the moment. One option, and the most common option, is to advance with d5 for white. If you want a slow, boring, symmetrical position with 2 to 2 on the queen side and 4 on 4 on the king side, you can take. It's not a mistake, it's just not the most active move. And after knight takes, you can retreat the queen back to e2. Now the problem is the knight has the b3 square, black has very nice bishops, the pawn structure is symmetrical, black has more space on the queen side, and it should be equal. The other option is to advance with d5, and here we reach the critical position I would like to discuss. Here black has two options, either taking or advancing with c4. Much more common is to take on d5, and advancing with c4 gives black a very nice pawn majority on the queen side. So this is in a way a critical position you will often reach in bishop e7 lines. What you have to remember is that these two pawns are most likely going to be traded off, and white is going to have a 4 to 3 on the king side. Black is going to have a 3 to 2 on the queen side. Now that may not seem relevant for the moment, but in any endgame, black, as you can see, will be much quicker to create threats with his pawns. As John Nunn said in Understanding Chess Middle Games, when he criticized Max Juve and Mikhail Botvinnik, a pawn majority in itself is not enough to win a game. You have to combine it with other advantages. Often you will have to trade it for a different type of advantage, but it is an asset black has. So now let's go back to the position after bishop e7, queen a4 check. So as I said, three options: knight bd7, bishop d7, and knight c6. Knight c6 is the most unnatural looking move because it blocks the c-pawn. Nevertheless, it's a good move, and there's an idea behind knight c6. So white takes the pawn, black castles, unpinning, white continues knight c3. White could also castle, it will transpose. And now the idea is knight a5. This is how you get the knight out of the way. We often see this in Nimzo-Indian type positions, that this knight usually attacks the pawn on c4. In this case, attacks the queen. The queen retreats back to d3. It could also go to a5, in which case after queen a5, excuse me. In which case after queen a5 you can again play c5 and the queen defends the knight. Playing b6 I think is possible, because after something like knight e5 you can play bishop b7, but at least you lose the bishop pair after bishop b7, knight b7, and knight c6. So I wouldn't advise that. You have to be precise. So if queen a4, excuse me, then c5 again. A much more common retreat, something that we will often see in these lines, is queen to d3, after which black breaks with c5. So black used his knight to gain a tempo on the queen, and instead of, which we are going to see in two other lines, playing a6, b5, he achieved that in basically one move. White now castles, and black now has a choice. He could either advance, which wouldn't be good in this case because it's not supported by a pawn, or he can trade. And after the trade, knight takes, bishop to c5, bishop to e3 is slightly awkward after e5, but after knight f5 the position should be okay for white. Queen takes d3, pawn takes d3, bishop takes f5, and bishop takes c5, and it should be equal. Even though bishop d3, rook f d1 can be played, after rook fd8, b4, white is perfectly fine, slightly better according to the engines after knight c4, bishop b7, or knight c6. So an equal position, pretty much. For the moment, black is a pawn ahead, but that can be regained with, for example, b5 in this position. So it's not possible to hold on to the pawn. So against knight c6, I don't think white should, well, be afraid. Just remember that after c5, you can accept this bishop c5 line and bishop e3 and isolate your d3 pawn, because you're going to get the b7 pawn back. Okay, now a far more sensible move, considering what black is trying to do, is to play bishop d7. Again, white's response is identical, queen takes c4. And now we are sort of in Rubinstein French territory, because there's this pawn structure. The only difference is that for some reason white has fianchettoed his bishop. So in Rubinstein style, bishop c6, developing this bishop to a lovely diagonal. Now what you have to bear in mind if you play bishop d7, which is again why this is not the main line, is that in order to equalize the game, you will have to retreat this bishop and play bishop b7 eventually, and then c5, because again, if you don't play c5, white is going to have huge central control after something like knight c3 castles, rook e1, e4, e5. Okay, so black doesn't want that to happen. Basically, if black doesn't get in c5 in time, then I'll just show you an example of passive play. So castles, let's say rook e8, let's say rook e1, let's say knight d7, which is a dreadful move, but now e4, and black is pretty much in trouble, almost lost, I would say, because he has no counterplay. His rooks are out of play, he has no space, he has to save the bishop. If, for example, b7, then e5 and knight d5, and you can, well, you can play knight e4 here, go for a straightforward attack. Okay, sorry, I left the bishop hanging, not b6. I don't even know what to play here. Maybe knight b6, I don't know, seems dreadful anyway. So basically what white is trying to do, he's trying to activate his pieces and get a broad center. What black is trying to do, he's trying to break open the position with c5 and neutralize white's central control. So in this position, white is going to castle, black is going to castle, white is going to play knight c3, and now the way to play this position is to play the move a6. Okay, after a6, black is preparing b5 and black is preparing bishop b7 and then c5, reaching a position very similar to what we saw previously. So in this position, the queen moving away in anticipation of b5 is the correct way to play. b5 happens, and now it's important not to allow this knight to be chased away to d1, b1, because a4 is covered, e4 is covered. If b4 is played, then you basically lose, so you have to play a3. Now a5 would lose a pawn, so black cannot reinforce the threat. He develops with knight bd7, and after rook d1 we have transposed to the position we saw previously, bishop b7, e4, c5, and now again we have this choice of playing d5 and taking. If d5, black again has a choice of playing c4 or playing e takes d, excuse me. So now let's have a look at the two options. If c4 is played, black is perfectly equal. White has one asset in this position. He's going to isolate the e6 pawn, and there's no way for black to avoid that favorably. White plays queen e2, and now if a trade happens, then white is just going to have huge control. So black's best is to play bishop c5 and start developing, because this queen is dangerous, this rook is dangerous. So after bishop c5, d6, f6, and bishop f4. Now again, the position should be equal. Black's bishops look great, much better than white's for the moment, in fact. Black has great control over the dark squares in the center and on the queen side, but his pawn is isolated, so we can start poking at the weakness. Queen e7, bishop h3. h6, for example, if it's played, then knight h4, looking into g6. Now the engine is going to tell you that this position is slightly better for black, but this reminds me of the mainline Caro-Kann, where the engine likes black, but then black gets mated very often. So that's what happens if c4. I think c4 is a very good option for black. It's going to be harder for black to play because of this isolated pawn and because white is controlling the d-file, but if the pieces get traded off, if black defends successfully, then he should be slightly better. The other option after d5 is to simply take, and now we have a forcing line which is one of the main lines of the bishop e7 open Catalan, where after pawn takes d5, white doesn't simply take back because, well, okay, two defenders and the knight coming to b6, but instead plays e5. And now black has nothing better but to play knight e4 and give up this pawn with knight takes d5. Now, of course, the tactics work for white because knight takes e7 is always an option and the knight is attacked. So knight b6, black is forced to trade, knight e7 check, queen e7, and now a little tactic, bishop to g5 is the main move. The idea is, of course, that the b7 bishop is hanging at the end of the line, so knight takes g5, knight takes g5, queen takes g5 and bishop b7, and this should be slightly better for white. If, for example, rook a7, trying to save the a6 pawn, then you can play f4, and the queen moves, for example, to e7 and here and g6, and this is very nice for white indeed. If, for example, rook a8 is played, then you can take on a6 and you're up a pawn. So after d5, I actually think it's easier to play c4 positions for black than e takes d. That's bishop to d7. Now, after queen a4, the main move is knight b to d7. And this move is, I would say, easiest to play against for white. You again just take on c4. Black again goes for his main idea of a6. Now, if you don't retreat the queen in anticipation of b5, then b5 happens with tempo. So you move the queen away to c2, and now c5 happens. And black has achieved what he wanted. White basically has no way to defend this pawn. Again, black has no way to attack it. Black has the option to trade this pawn. If b5 is played, then you can take. And of course, white castles, simply develops. In this position, taking on c5 instead of castling would actually help black control a bit more of the board and get this bishop to a better square. So you can see that once b5 and bishop b7 happens, these bishops are going to be great. So instead of that, white castles, black castles, you play rook d1, an exchange on d4, bishop c5 attacking the knight. The knight develops to c3, something like queen e7 and h3. And unfortunately for white, in the main lines after knight bd7, this is what you get. You get a position in which you definitely have better pieces. You definitely have better piece activity. And this has been played about 10 times, so it's not as popular as other open lines, but you still have to know it. The problem is that even though white has slightly better pieces for the moment, h3, by the way, to stop knight g4 and trouble here, the pawn structure is symmetrical, so should pieces be traded off, it's going to be equal. Now, for example, rook e8 or rook d8. Let's say rook to d8, you can play knight to b3, attacking the bishop, bishop to d6, for example, bishop to e3. Black could, for example, play rook b8 and b5. It's sort of similar to a Sicilian, but this bishop is still a problem piece, and for some reason the queen is on e7 and the bishop is on d6. So yeah, it should be equal, but white has better pieces once you get out of the opening. So that's bishop e7. So again, after bishop e7, if you castle, you are going into the closed Catalans, which I'm going to cover in a separate video. If you are watching this a week from publishing, then it's already in the playlist. Or you can play queen a4 going into these lines where you recapture the pawn. Again, the defenses are knight bd7, bishop d7, and knight c6. You have to know all three. Thank you for watching. Hope you got something from the video. Tomorrow we are continuing with more popular lines, and hopefully at the end of the series you will be an expert on the Catalan. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stjepan here. In this video I'm going to continue the series on the Catalan with what I believe is one of the most interesting continuations for black, one of the most promising continuations for black, and also most aggressive, which should provide a ton of counterplay. And it's also quite unusual. It's really unlike most of the other variations we have already looked at, and also the main lines that we are also about to look at. So we're talking about bishop d7 in the open Catalan, which used to be quite popular. It's no longer played on the highest level very often, and I'm going to show you why. First of all, let's come to the position we are talking about. So after d4, knight f6 or d5, as I said 10 times already, you can watch the introductory video. There's a link to the entire playlist in the description below. You can reach the Open Catalan via several different move orders. I'm just going to show you one of the most common ways. So c4, e6, knight f3, d5, and now g3. Black takes the pawn. This is the Open Catalan, and bishop to g2. And as we already discussed, many moves for black to choose from. A ton of different options. Today we are having a look at bishop d7, which is a different approach to what black usually does. So what's the problem for black in the Open Catalan usually? Well, it's this bishop along the long diagonal which compensates for the lost pawn extremely well. In fact, white usually can either get the pawn or get extremely annoying pressure on the black queen side and on the center, and conversely on the king side when the center collapses. That white usually has something in all other variations. So black has to deal with that somehow. With the move bishop d7, which is extremely natural, seems kind of bad according to classical chess principles to develop your queen side before you develop your king side, but there's a very specific reason. With the move bishop d7, black is preparing to play bishop c6 and challenge white's monster g2 Catalan bishop on the long diagonal. Now, as I'm about to show you, there's a very simple way to prevent that from happening, and you can force a different type of trade, but black has nevertheless managed to sort out the question of his bad bishop on c8, which, because there's a pawn on e6, has a hard time getting into play, unless, as we saw in different variations, black manages to play b5 and bishop b7 or play e5. Okay, so with the move bishop d7, black is preparing bishop c6. Now white has a couple of options. I've created a study for this video. You can find the PGN in your feed if you're a patron of mine. So it's not going to be complicated. You can follow that. White has a couple of options which I've mentioned, and I went through some of the variations, but I wouldn't recommend them, and here is why. You have to counter bishop c6, so knight e5, which is the most natural looking move and the main theoretical move, is the only move we are going to be going over. All the, well, other three other moves have been played. They're all sidelines, and they're basically not as good for white. Here's why. One of them is knight bd2. And against all for black, I would just recommend bishop c6. Here, white can take back his pawn, that's fine, but then bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop takes d2, knight c takes d2, black castles. Absolutely no issues for black. Of course, black would like to have this pawn on c5 and break open the center, but this will do. And the fact that this bishop is developed is quite enough. Then another option is for white to simply castle, but then again, bishop c6, queen c2, b5, something like knight c3, and this bishop again is very active. You don't want that bishop to be active, because then your Catalan bishop is not doing its job. And finally, queen c2, which is also a move. Here black can play c5 and then bishop c6. He actually has time for that. After queen takes c4, bishop c6. D takes c5, knight bd7. This position is okay for black, and in fact white is the one who is a pawn up now, but that pawn is about to drop, as you can see. Okay, so the move I would recommend is simply knight e5, and now in case of bishop c6 you can just take that, and that's actually how the theory goes. But as I said, black is still content to trade off this bishop, because if he doesn't do that, this bishop is going to be stuck on c8 for the rest of the game. So this variation is going to be simple. And I actually am quite happy, or I was quite happy when I finished researching this. It's simple for both sides. Now, unless you are preparing on a very high level, a basic knowledge of this is going to be enough. If you want to prepare this deeply, it's actually hard to do it without doing your original research, because it hasn't been explored, or I have that feeling, for the last 20 or so years. Seriously, at least I don't think many people have done research with an engine. So there aren't that many games, and the engine gives white the advantage in most lines that are considered theory today, but I'm sure there are opportunities for black to complicate things. So if I was preparing against the Catalan seriously, then I would explore some options here. No, that's just a tip. If you want more in-depth info on this, you can find it in actually the first chapter of Avruk's Grandmaster Repertoire 1d4. Now I've been through that chapter. I'm not going to be recommending lines that he recommends because I think there's a simple way to play the position, but he has prepared the book for Grandmasters, so you can read that if you want to go into more detail. Now let's go into theory. So knight e5, and this sequence is forced. Bishop c6, otherwise white just takes the bishop. Knight c6, and white castles. And this is going to be on the board every time. Whoa, excuse me, my phone is ringing. Sorry about that. I'll just turn down the volume. Excuse me. Okay, sorry. Okay. Wait, I have to regain, get my thoughts back. Okay. So after knight takes c6, there are two more options instead of castling. White can play e3, which transposes to castling. I'm going to show you how. Or white can play a deviation from the main line, which is queen a4, which I wouldn't recommend. Now let's just have a brief look at that. White shouldn't be afraid of that extra pawn still being on the board for black. So after queen to d7, queen takes c4, white regains his pawn. Black can actually play knight takes d4, and after bishop to b7, rook to b8, bishop to g2, white should hold a slight edge. But after bishop b4, knight d2, black castles. These pawns are not doubled. Black has, as you can see, a lot of piece activity, and he's actually ahead in development. You don't want that in a Catalan. It's going to be really awkward to develop these pieces. That being said, white is not worse, and this position is playable. But I'm going to be recommending just castling. And in this position, since we are looking at this from white's perspective, I cannot do the same thing for black's options. I cannot just say, well, black can play this, but we're not going to look at it. So we're going to briefly look at one unsound continuation and three okay continuations, but extremely rare. The main move, I should say, is queen d7, and here's the simple idea. You can either play rook d8, put pressure along the d file, or what's more common and more aggressive, you can castle queenside. And as you can see, black has sorted out all of his development issues, and he can start an attack on the king side quickly. So that's the main line. The three moves I would like to look at are knight takes d4, knight d5, and bishop e7. Knight takes d4 is simply bad, and here's why. After knight takes d4, bishop b7, rook b8, bishop g2, we have a similar position to what we had previously. However, the white king is already on g1, so there's no bishop b4, and also these pawns are doubled. So a huge difference in the position. So knight takes d4 is not good. Knight to d5 is rare, and yes, e4 does work. Usually when knight d5 is played, e4 should be played. And now knight b6. Bishop to e3, bishop to b4, and knight c3, and black castles. Okay, so this is just good for white. Huge center, sort of Alekhine defense knights over here, not doing that much. White can continue just f4 and start blasting through the center. And finally, bishop e7, which can be responded to with either e3 or queen a4. Now, in his book, Avruk recommends the move queen a4 and explains the variations and everything. I like the move e3. I think it's simpler to play, and again, you're not going for the pawn, and now you simply go knight d2, where b5 defending c4 is impossible because of bishop c6. So you're going to get the pawn with the knight. I just prefer developing and controlling squares. But no issues for white in these variations. Black has absolutely nothing remotely close to equality, which is why you shouldn't really be afraid of these three deviations. As I said, queen d7 is the main threat. Now let's have a look at queen d7. Okay, as white, we play e3 in this position. And black has four moves which are possible here. The main move is castles queenside. I should mention that the move knight d5 transposes to that. so we are not going to be looking at that separately. It's a very simple transposition, as you're going to see. Other than castle's queenside, black can play rook d8 or he can play rook b8. The idea behind rook b8 is that you want to play b5, so play b5. Okay, let's look at rook b8 first, which may seem like a refutation of this entire idea for white of simply playing e3. Well, white plays queen e2, defending the pawn, so now b5. And there's a way to play against this. You play b3. And even though after cb3, ab3, black is now permanently a pawn up, black has 7 pawns and none of them are really weak. White has huge compensation because of the pressure on the entire board, basically. The king is in the center. White's center is stronger. Black's queenside is kind of crumbling. And after you play something like bishop b2, there are ideas of e4, e5. And basically after a6, while black is consolidating his queenside and playing bishop e7, you already start attacking with e4. Now, if you want to be a pawn up and give white this kind of initiative with these two monsters and these two rooks and this queen being able to come into the position, basically this knight being the only bad piece, I wouldn't want to play that. So rook b8, I'll actually give you the scores. After rook b8, white wins 27% of the time, 57% of the games are draws, black wins 16% of the time. So black actually doesn't score that badly. And this has been played by Karpov, Lajos Portis, Vishy Anand. So many serious players have played this with black. But that's serious preparation. If you don't invest serious time into this, don't play it. That's my recommendation. It's just very scary. You do get to save the pawn. That's undoubtedly. Okay. The other option is rook to d8, which has a fairly similar, a fairly simple idea to put pressure on the d file. So we get the queen out of the way, attack the c2 pawn. Now e5. That's kind of the point. e5 we are going to see in several positions in this variation. Playing e5 with the king on e8, I'm not a big fan of that. If you want to do it, if you want to play this variation, then fine. But okay, I mean, it's not bad for black. The same as rook b8, but it's risky. Let's see why. Queen c4, e d4, and now queen b5. Takes b7, pins the knight to the queen. Attack puts more pressure on the knight. Okay, and rook b8, saving the pawn. Of course, if b6, then bishop takes c6. And now rook to d1. And look at these. Okay, black chases the queen away, the queen goes back to c4, the bishop finally develops to d6, and we now have e takes d4. Now if one more move is given to white, then rook e1 could be annoying, so black finally castles. White plays knight c3, black plays h6, preventing bishop g5, we play b3, and after something like knight e7, trying to blockade on d5, I again think that white's position is very pleasant. There's pressure on c7. Well, there's this queen on the diagonal. There's the bishop looking at b7. It's not easy to move any of the black pawns. Black's pawn structure is completely immobile. And if white can get in some thematic attacking ideas with bishop to b2 or maybe knight e4 or maybe knight d5, then he could have some annoying pressure. This isolated pawn should be a weakness in the endgame, but for the moment I don't think it's anything of the sort. And having said that, black also has to survive up to this point after e5. He has to know all the theoretical moves. Instead of e5, there are alternatives, which, well, actually they've never been played. The alternatives are sort of what I was thinking about, but after bishop e7, for example, let's run on the engine. The engine thinks white is already plus 1.5, because black didn't get enough counterplay going, and white can simply take on c4, and white should be just much better here. Simply able to take on c6, double the pawns, and play, for example, let me show you this. So here and here, let's say black trades queens. And now if c5 isn't played early enough, let's say one more mistake, this is the plan. You just play knight b3 and just blockade. and that should be good for white, so that's why. So e5 has to be played to get a ton of counterplay, but again, if black is not careful and if black doesn't know, he could be in trouble before the IQP position we have reached. So the main position. Now, the main line with castles queenside is really fun, and this is what I will be exploring for black. And I have to be honest, I just want to play this against the Catalan player, because I think most of them are just not prepared to deal with this. Okay, I'm going to give you two options for white. One of them I'll recommend that you don't go for, and that's queen a4. Again, this pawn grabbing idea of just taking c4, I don't think is good. And against queen a4, black simply continues knight d5, gives the pawn back, and after queen takes c4, h5. And if I'm playing white here, I would already start being afraid a bit. So let's develop knight c3, h4. And let's develop bishop d2. Now black has a very pleasant option of playing f5, and he could also take h takes g3. And here black isn't better, but it's minus 0.1 or something like that. It's equal, but if anybody is better, it's black. White is simply too slow. Taking this pawn with the queen is too slow. Okay, let me give you an alternative. After castles queenside, knight to d2 is what I would recommend. Not because taking this pawn in a different way is better, but because getting this knight into play and getting the knight to a5 or e5 is extremely aggressive and could mean that white's attack is going to come sooner. So in this position, the same variation with knight d5 wouldn't be as good, because after knight d5, knight takes, and for example h5, and for example let's just play bishop to d2 and knight a5, weaken the defenses, and play rook c1. You can see that because the rook is coming to c1, the knight is coming to a5, even h4 could just be ignored, just knight a5. And if you don't take, then I take and play rook c1, maybe queen e2, maybe rook c2, the other rook coming to c1. And if you take, then again rook c1. And I think white is just quicker. Okay, so against knight d2, black has to do something else, and black again has to play this break with e5. And we are going to see something similar to what we saw with rook to d8, where we played queen e2, and then they took on d4 and we played queen c4. In this position, after they take, after they play e5, we take on c4, they take on d4, and we play queen b3. So it's quite similar. The queen is on b3 instead of on c4. And now we are going to have a similar idea. So against queen a4, black played knight d5. In this variation, black should play knight d5 now, blocking this diagonal. But again, we continue very sensibly with bishop d2. Remember, e3 is defended, so any knight takes d3, we can play bishop takes d3 or knight takes d3. Doesn't matter. So black starts his attack with h5. We play rook a to c1. Now here, if h4, the engine says it's already plus 2.5. So it should be an easy win for a strong player. I don't think it's that easy, but white is definitely better. So black has to play extremely precisely. King b8 is one of the only moves here. But still we continue with knight a5. And what I was talking about, no games, there are no games from this position. No, the last game we dropped here. Okay, so with white playing rook f to d1, 2 games, Ulibin versus Akartsov and Lemarek versus some name I cannot pronounce. So no one's played knight a5 here. That's a new idea, but at least in master games. But it's very hard for black to defend against this. And if I turn on the engine says it's +1 for white. So white should be better, but yeah, black can supposedly survive. Okay, so this is why bishop to d7 is not a popular variation anymore, and because of this move knight e5, just refuting the whole concept of playing bishop c6 for free. So if I'm black, I will play castles queenside, even though I know that white can be +1 if he knows the next 10 moves, because I have great counterplay. If I'm playing somebody who's been playing the Catalan for 10 years, well, then I may play rook d8 and just try to play it safely. Thank you. Let me know what you think. If you have any questions, please comment below and stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. I'm going to continue the Catalan series with a simple option which white can use to avoid everything we've been looking at in the last 8 videos. So this is a way for white to avoid a ton of opening theory, mainline opening theory in the open Catalan. So in this position, if we play the main move, bishop to g2, we have reached the open Catalan where white can play, where black can play one of the 9 theoretical moves we have been through. And unfortunately for white, he has to know all of them. Black only has to know one, because black is the one who chooses the move. So today we are going to have a look at an alternative, which is queen a4 check, which avoids all of that, but it's not as good as bishop to g2. It simply doesn't lead to an advantage for white in most lines. Black is going to be able to equalize if he knows what he is doing, but it's still an okay position for white, and you reduce the learning time by a lot. So let's not waste too much time on this. I still decided to cover this, even though I wouldn't recommend it for white. I would recommend the main lines, but I'm going to show you how to play this, because it could give you a nice weapon to add to a repertoire, and you can sort of pretend that you play the mainline Catalans, but you can not do that. So black has 4 options. He can play knight bd7. So that's the main move. He can play c6, he can play knight c6, or he can play bishop d7. Now let's start with the rarest of the moves, knight c6. This is going to transpose to the 5 knight c6 open Catalan. There's simply nothing better after bishop to g2. This now transposes to the position we reach after dc4, bishop g2, knight c6, queen a4. And in this position, black should play bishop b4 check. Unfortunately, if you don't know this, and black called your bluff and transposed the position into the main lines, well, then you lose. So watch the video on 5 knight c6. It has been released a few days ago. So 5 knight c6 is going to transpose to the main lines, but it's very rare. c6 is going to transpose to a weird queen c2 semi-Slav position. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. So if you start with d5 and c4 and c6, knight f3, knight f6, there's this move queen c2 in the Slav, sorry, not the same, this is the modern Slav, and after d takes c4, queen takes c4, black has this option to play the move b5, and the queen retreats back to c2. So in this position, if you add the moves g3 and e6, we will reach what we see on the board after c6, and in a couple of moves when white takes on c4, b5 is played, and queen c2, you can see that we have the same position. So this is going to be very similar to the queen c2 Slav, or the modern Slav. So it could be good that you see the series on the Slav defense for that. I'll just give you a brief idea of what this position is about. Well, black plays bishop to b7, you play bishop to g2, and after knight b to d7, black is preparing his only, well, pawn push in this position, and that's c5. So if white goes wrong and castles and black plays c5, then black is already better. It's almost -1 for black, and white basically has nothing in this position. So instead of that, after knight bd7, white has to play knight e5, and here black could take, but that's risky. The best move is queen to b6, and in this position white takes on d7, knight takes on, knight takes on d7, and knight to c3. And after c5, his liberating move, white's best is d5, and this position should be better for white. Even though black has this 3-2 pawn majority, it's very loose, and for example, knight f6, this exchange, if that happens, then black is in some trouble. So you can play e4 here, and after b4, chasing your knight away, knight a4, queen b5, and now once the queen moves, d6 and f6. But again, c6 is not a common move. I doubt that most people, especially below grandmaster level, will have prepared c6 seriously to challenge white. Bishop d7 is interesting. It's not as good as knight bd7, but it's interesting. You reply with queen takes c4, and now the idea is bishop c6. It's sort of similar to bishop d7, bishop c6 in the open Catalan, and it's going to be so similar to that I would invite you to watch the video on 5 bishop d7 in the open Catalan. But I'm going to show you some independent lines here. So after bishop g2, black plays bishop d5, and after the queen retreats to d3, black plays bishop e4, annoying the queen further, so the queen goes to c1, and now black breaks with c5. The worst thing about this maneuver, bishop d7, bishop c6, is that it blocks the c pawn. This way, it doesn't block the c pawn. However, after knight c3 and bishop back to c6, white castles and knight bd7, white is slightly better in all variations. After, for example, bishop e3 and, well, putting pressure on the c5 pawn, it's not that white is going to have a big advantage, but it's going to be more than completely equal, which happens if black plays the best move. Okay, so here, for example, bishop e7 and dc5, bishop c5, bishop c5, knight c5, and white is slightly better because he was the first one to move, and other than that, no big deal. But if black knows what he's doing and he's trying to punish white for playing queen a4 instead of playing the main lines, then he plays knight bd7. And now it's not simple for white. Now black is going to equalize fairly easily, and I'm going to show you what black should do here. Since I don't recommend this for white, I've actually given it a lot of thought because I have this position with black. I've given it a lot of thought, and I decided on a variation which seems extremely pleasant for black and seems that there's simply no way for white to gain an edge. But still, if you play this with white, you can hope that black doesn't know it, and even if he does, it's equal, you're not worse. So let's see what happens. After knight b to d7, I would not recommend taking on c4, even though that's possible, but it's unnecessary, because after queen takes c4, a6 happens and bishop g2, and this quick b5 happens, and after, for example, queen to c6, rook to b8, bishop to f4, this is nice, but there's a better way to reach the same position. I'm going to show you how. So we play bishop g2 first, and this sort of limits black's options. So for example, it's going to be much harder to play b5 because you have the options of playing knight e5 at some point, and the position could transpose, but you have a bit more options. Okay, now you can take on c4 and transpose, which is best, but if a6 hadn't been played, let's say black plays a mistake, let's find a suboptimal move, let's say c5, which seems very promising. Now you can take on c4, and the same variations don't work. If a6 is played, now you can play d takes c5 and stop b5, and after bishop takes c5, you can see why this bishop move was very important. You have this bishop along the diagonal for all discovered attacks that are necessary. Or if black plays the natural bishop to e7, then again you can play queen takes c4 now, or you can simply castle. You don't have to take the pawn straight away because b5 can never be played easily. If a6, now you can even play knight e5, and again you are preventing b5, and you can see that this pawn is never going to be defended. One more thing, if it comes to you taking on c4 with the knight, I'm talking b knight, that's more common, but you can also take with this knight, then usually white should stand very well, and this knight coming into c4 is going to prevent e5, which means that the only way to liberate this bishop is going to be b6 or b5, which is going to require black to play rook b8, etc, etc, etc. So let's just simplify this. So we play bishop g2 instead of queen takes c4. If black plays a6, then you play queen takes c4. Anyway, you have transposed, but you have given black a chance to go wrong. In this position, after queen takes c4, which is after black has played absolutely the best moves, the engine says this is equal or slightly better for black, minus 0.3, minus 0.3. That's not a lot. So b5 played, and you play queen c6. This is the position we already saw. Now, we are going to be looking at a simple pattern and that's bishop f4 and putting pressure on the c pawn. What black wants to do, and what black has to do, is chase the queen away with bishop to b7 and play c5. If black chases the queen away and plays c5, he is better, and that's the reason why the engine says it's equal or slightly better for black. But for the moment, black's position is hard to play. If black doesn't know the exact plans, then he could be in trouble. And also white is quick to castle. So we are going to look at two options, rook a7 and rook b8. Rook b8 is the main line, but I would recommend the move rook a7. I'm going to explain why. After rook b8, we have this annoying idea of bishop f4, which of course makes bishop b7 impossible. And if bishop b7, then queen takes c7. Now, why rook a7 instead of that? If we try bishop f4 now and bishop b7, now queen c7 is impossible. If you take on c7, simply queen takes c7, bishop takes c7, and bishop takes f3. And if you move this bishop, I take this one. If you take here, I'm simply a piece up, and white can resign. So that's why rook a7. Let's just follow rook b8 for a while. It is the main line, so we should cover it. So the way to punish rook b8 is to play bishop f4. Now rook b8 is the main line for a reason. It does support this pawn moving forward, and it also makes a5 possible. So we play bishop f4, and of course black doesn't blunder with bishop d7. Instead we go for this very forced line, which starts with knight d5. Now this defends c7, attacks your bishop, and threatens bishop b7. So there's only one move. You have to play bishop g5, which now, if bishop b7, you can just take, and you're fine. Okay, so bishop to e7, challenging that bishop. Now we follow the line. Bishop takes, queen takes, and knight c3. Now, there are two moves here. One of them leads to a position that's much better for white, and that's knight b4. So even though that's the most popular move, don't play it. The best move is bishop b7. Let me show you what happens after knight b4. White, of course, takes on c7, and black checks on c2, winning the exchange. But after king to d1, or king to d2, but king to d1 should be better, knight takes a1 can be played, and you now play knight e5, and you are in the middle of black's position. If this knight moves, then of course you can take the rook, so queen to d8 is one of the most popular ways to play this. And after takes, knight c6 check, you get your exchange back, and slowly continue with either king d2 or king c1 and pick up this knight. So this is not good for black. Instead of that, black should play bishop to b7, and this makes the position really nice. Now white has to go for this forced line. Knight takes d5, counterattacking black's queen, bishop c6, knight e7, king d7, rook c1, and this is going to lead to a perfectly equal position. After rook b6, defends the bishop, castles, rook c8 makes the bishop mobile, and again black will try to play c5. The main line goes rook f to d1, bishop to d5, knight e5, knight e5, bishop d5, e d5, d e5, and king e6, and you can see that this is just an equal rook endgame. So rook to b8 is playable and should lead to this equal rook endgame if black knows what he is doing, but rook a7 is very annoying instead of that. Rook a7. So the best white could hope for after rook b8 is that equal endgame. After rook a7, of course, let's say it again, bishop f4 doesn't work. Instead, white should castle. And black now plays bishop b7, and of course the c7 pawn is not hanging. So the queen retreats. So this whole queen c6 thing, which is the best way to play, simply failed because black plays c5. And now white has to play very energetically, but the bishop is on b7. It's defended. The rook is not on a8. You simply don't have the usual Catalan pressure, and black already played c5. Black is 2 moves away from castling, and it's simply impossible to generate enough play to start an attack in any way, any sensible way. So a4, just trying to blast open the position, and queen a8, and this is a very annoying move. dc5, bishop c5. You can try b4 here, and if that's taken, you can play bishop e3, challenging the exchange, but I don't think white has anything here after, for example, queen b2 and bishop c5. Black should be fine. The only problem is that the king is in the center. And this, again, with best play should lead to an equal position. So let's see what happens. For example, bishop c5, knight c5, knight b to d2 challenges the bishop, bishop d5, ab, rook a7, queen a7, queen b5. This is equal, just queen d7, or knight d7, excuse me. And there should be no issues. So let's sum up this video. So if you want to avoid a ton of theory, don't play bishop g2 in this position, play queen a4 check. Now, since I'm playing this with black, I don't play it with white, I go for the main lines. I've prepared this move knight b to d7, and white should be aware that if black knows how to play this move, then the position is going to be equal for white. He's not going to have an advantage, so that's the risk of playing queen a4. Nonetheless, white continues bishop g2, black should play a6, and white should now take the pawn on c4, and black plays the logical follow-up b5. The queen now goes to c6, and black has two options, either rook b8 or rook a7. If rook b8, then white can play bishop f4, excuse me, and put pressure on c7, so black should continue rook a7. Now bishop f4 simply loses the tempo, because against bishop b7 you would have to retreat, so white should castle, not losing a tempo, and then bishop to b7, queen to c2, and black expands with c5. And if you turn on the engine in this position, let me just check, minus 0.2, and the book says, let me see how many games, with c5 21 games, black won 43% of the games. That's huge. 30% of the games were draws. So even though it's only minus 0.3, it's very easy to play for black after c5 because black has no issues. So if you want to avoid mainline theory in the open Catalan, play queen a4, but play it, well, knowing that you're risking a lot. If you face a player who knows his theory, you might lose. Okay, thanks for watching, let me know what you think, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to finish the series on the Catalan opening with the closed Catalan, and we are going to be looking at everything black can do basically, because we are preparing this for the white side. But we are also going to be covering white's options, and I'm going to be recommending some. So I'll try to make this video good enough to prepare you for both sides. To make it easier to navigate the video, you can find the chapters of the video below. And if you're a patron of mine, you can also find the full PGN with all the analysis and comments on your feed. So try to follow along while watching the video. Okay, let's start. So far, we've been covering the open Catalans, and we've also been through some sidelines. And basically, positions we were focusing on were positions after d takes c4 on move 4 for black. So let's get into the opening. So after d4, knight f6, other move orders are possible. This is just the most popular. If you haven't seen the introductory video on the Catalan, you can, it will explain everything. And now after d5, white plays the move g3, preparing to fianchetto his bishop, and now black has two main options, not counting bishop b4 check, which we've covered in a separate video. It's either to take the pawn going into the open Catalans, and very sharp lines where white has grabbed the pawn, has some material, excuse me, black, but white has a lot of initiative and often manages to regain the pawn, and if black holds on to the pawn without letting go, then he can find himself in trouble. So that's one approach. The other approach is what we are covering today. Bishop to e7, the closed Catalan. Black simply says, I don't want your pawn, I'm going to develop my king side first, then I'm going to develop my queen side, and I'll just make my pieces good. I will not have any weaknesses, and I'm going to close your Catalan bishop down. So the two main ideas of the closed Catalan: firstly, not get mated, not get in trouble by taking material. Secondly, blunt the Catalan bishop. In the closed Catalan, black is going to have a pawn structure with the pawn on c6 most often, and this semi-Slav pawn triangle means two things. The first thing is black's position will be very hard to open up and to crack, meaning white will definitely not have a quick attack. and white will definitely not be winning in 20 moves, as is often the case in the open Catalan. The second thing behind the semi-Slav pawn structure, which we get in the closed Catalan, is the bad c8 bishop. So, as we know in the semi-Slav, black's main idea is to play c5 to free up that bishop and to put it on b7. The other idea could be to play e5, as is seen in some lines. In the closed Catalan, the plan is usually going to involve b6 and either bishop b7, followed by c5, or bishop a6, as we are going to see in some lines. So, two main things: blunt the g2 bishop, create a solid pawn structure which is hard to break open, and you have trouble with the c8 bishop. So those are some of the main themes in the closed Catalan. Now the main pawn breaks, before we continue, for black, as we said, is going to be c5 very often. And if you don't play c5, then usually your bishop is bad, your position is cramped, you're not fighting for the center. For white, as is the case in the semi-Slav as well, and in the Nimzo Indian, the Queen's Indian, most light squared openings for white with the bishop on g2 or knight on c3, so most d4 openings, white wants to play e4. So let's just have a brief look at this pawn structure. So if we imagine that in the starting position, black has played c6 and then b6 to free up his bishop, meaning his pieces are developed. White has played b3 and bishop to b2 and knight d2, for example. And the main pawn breaks are achieved here. This is a position we are going to see in some lines. This is very common. One thing you have to remember is when black plays c5, white's usual response should be e4. When white plays e4, black's usual response should be c5. When white plays e4 and black plays c5, white should usually exchange on d5. So e takes d5 and e takes d5. And this is the pawn structure we're going to get. It's either going to be symmetrical, like this, or some more central pawns are going to get traded off. But basically, that's what both sides are trying to achieve. This is a very common pawn structure. Basically, black is going to be playing with the Queen's Indian pawn structure after a while, or trying to achieve it, and white will play a Catalan. I know this may sound confusing. Let's get back here. So, by playing this move bishop to e7, black is accepting a very complex positional struggle, and to play the closed Catalan, you have to know a lot of ideas in a lot of different openings, which is what makes it a very popular weapon on the highest levels, and what also makes it rather unpopular on lower levels. It's complex, and you have to know a lot of stuff. So, bishop e7 prepares to create a semi-Slav pawn structure, and eventually, in most lines, you want to expand into a huge Queen's Indian pawn center with b6, c5, d5, e6, and with your bishop outside of the pawn chain. And then you want to trade off stuff in the center and equalize. It's not a fighting opening, which will give you an advantage in most lines, but it's very hard to break it. All right, now, let's continue. White plays bishop to g2, both sides castle. That's the main line. One thing I would like to mention, which I wouldn't recommend, is playing queen to c2. A queen to c2 may seem like a logical move, going for an advantage before castling, preparing the move e4, preparing to open the center, also defending this pawn. But after queen to c2, c5 is extremely annoying because d4 is weak. And now you have two options. You can either castle, which is the best move, and after cd, knight d. Let me show you that. Obviously, black has managed to trade his c-pawn for the d-pawn. And for example, knight c6, knight c6, b6. This is very good for black. And black is slightly better. This is sort of a Grunfeld in reverse, in which black has no issues at all. It's just a very good position. And after c5, if you play d takes c5, then queen a5 check, and knight c3, dc4, again, quite good for black. Again, no issues, and I mean, white has nothing here. So queen c2 is not such a good move. It's not horrible, it's not unplayable, but it's way inferior to the main line. So
Against the closed Catalan, so bishop e7, you just play the two most sensible moves, bishop g2, and then you castle. Now we come to the main branching of the position. Okay, the move d takes c4, we are going to cover separately in the next chapter of this video. And it's important to know it, but it's not the closed Catalan. That's not the closed Catalan. I still have to mention it because there are some separate lines to the open Catalan, but this basically leads to positions very similar to the open Catalan and sometimes transposes. Okay, three more options that we have to mention are the three transpositions black could go for. The first one is c5, which leads to the Tarrasch in the Queen's Gambit declined. Watch the video on the Tarrasch. For this, I'm not going to go into details here. So c5 goes into the Tarrasch. b6 goes into the Queen's Indian, a clean Queen's Indian. Again, watch the series on the Queen's Indian for that. And the move knight e4 actually transposes to the Stonewall Dutch after f5 and c6. So watch the video on the Stonewall Dutch for that. So as you can see, there are quite a lot of options which are at black's disposal. So if you play the Catalan, you basically have to know Queen's Indians, you have to know Semi-Slavs, you have to know the Tarrasch, you have to know the Stonewall, you have to know the open and the closed Catalan, but that's why the Catalan is a full repertoire for white. So just remember, this goes into open Catalan resembling positions, we are going to cover it, b6 Queen's Indian, c5 Tarrasch, knight e4, Stonewall. And the two moves that are actually closed Catalans are c6 and knight b to d7, and these moves we are going to be focusing on. Knight b to d7 is slightly less common, but in most cases it will transpose to the main line with c6. We are going to get to that, and pawn to c6 is just the main line. Okay, now before we get to c6, let's cover d takes c4 first. Okay, so we are on move 6 and black takes d takes c4. Now, this is open Catalan fashion. It can transpose to bishop e7 open Catalans, it can transpose to a6 open Catalans, it could transpose to many open Catalans, but there are some move orders which are unique. So our response to this is going to be queen c2, preparing to grab the pawn. Now, I'm going to show you all sensible options for black. We are going to cover them briefly. And I'll just show you a quick way to play against each. Firstly, b5 has to be mentioned, doesn't work. Defending the pawn is impossible because of a4. And now a6 loses a pawn because of pawn takes, you cannot recapture. c6 runs into knight e5, again you lose material. So the only way to hold the position is b4. But now the nice move knight f to d2 and attacking the pawn, attacking the rook. Basically c6 is forced, and after knight takes e4, white stands much better. So remember that b5 is not an option. b6 is a weird move. It's not too bad, but after bishop g5, knight d5, white should stand slightly better. The bishops get traded off. You take back your c4 pawn. There's a weakness on c7. It's not easy to play c5 because you'll have an isolated c pawn. For example, bishop a6 and queen c2, and white should be slightly better. Okay, then c6, which is normal open Catalan fashion. Just grab your pawn back, and after b5 you can play queen c2, and this we've seen in several videos on the open Catalan. So this is really no problem at all. It's just you have to know the open Catalan as well. Bishop b7, rook d1, knight b to d7, knight c3, queen b6, for example. We've seen this before, e4, c5, etc., etc. So black basically wants to liquidate the center, make the pawn structure almost symmetrical, and make his bishops good. So if you take here, for example, then bishop takes, and the Catalan bishops for black work well. Okay, another option is c5, which again resembles the c5 open Catalans. After queen takes c4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, something like e5, and knight b3. Again, No problems for white. White's bishop is much better than black's bishops, and the pawn structure is symmetrical, so it's not a big advantage, but it's an advantage. And the main move is pawn to a6, which resembles the main lines of the open Catalan with pawn to a6. And against this, you simply continue a4, you prevent b5, bishop to d7, preparing bishop c6. So this is going to be a combination of the bishop e7, bishop d7, and a6 open Catalans. So again, please watch videos on all three. I know the Catalan is complex and there's a ton of stuff, but there's nothing I can do about it. Queen takes pawn, bishop c6, and now bishop g5. And again, white holds a slight edge and should have no issues. Bishop d5, this is a forced line in which the queen gets pushed around, bishop e4, and we've seen this before. Queen c1 and h6 and bishop f6 and bishop f6 and rook d1. This should be familiar to you. And again, after something like a5 and knight bd2, white should be slightly better. Bishop f3, bishop f3. You cannot take this pawn because of knight e4, and this is hanging, and the queen is attacked. So something like c6 should be played, and knight c4, and white is slightly better. So this is a complex position which you have to study on your own after d takes c4, but it's not the closed Catalan, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. Just remember that basically a6 is the only good move for black after queen c2, and you respond to it with a4, you prevent b5, and then you grab your pawn back. Black gives back the pawn, and usually in open Catalan-like positions, if white gets the pawn back, then he should be better, and that's the case here. Okay, now let's continue with c6. That is going to be our main move and the main line, and that's what we should be focusing on. So after pawn to c6, we already know what black is trying to do. Black is trying to create a solid Semislav pawn structure. Black is later on trying to play b6, c5 and free up his position. He will have issues with this bishop. As we will see, it can either go to b7 or a6. This knight can either go to d7 or to a6, which supports c5. So these are going to be the differences. This is going to be the same. Okay, so this is always the same. Castles, bishop e7, knight f6, c6. And the difference is going to be either b6 and bishop b7, or b6 and bishop a6, or b6 and knight bd7, or b6 knight a6. And playing for c5 is always the same. White's response, even though there are other moves, you can play b3, knight c3, knight bd2, queen b3, bishop f4, there are many sidelines. You should play the best move, which is queen c2. That supports e4, prepares rook d1, defends this pawn in case black decides to take it all of a sudden, and basically puts the queen on the best possible square on the board. Now, two options for black, as we are going to see. c6 and knight bd7 is one of them, which we are going to have a look at now, and c6, b6 is the main line. Let's look at knight bd7. Well, knight bd7 usually will include playing the move b6 as well, but if you play b6 first, often the knight will go to a6, or most commonly the knight will go to a6. So basically here black has to decide what to do, whether he will play for knight a6 and c5, or knight bd7 and c5 later on. So if we start with knight bd7, white should play b3. Again, there are other moves. There are other possibilities. Knight bd2 is the most common move. Usually b3 is played there as well. But b3 is, in my opinion, the best move. And according to my preparation and the books I've read, b3 is the easiest to play. So you basically prepare to develop your bishop, and very sensible move. Okay, b6. And now we play rook d1. And now you can see if any exchanges happen in the center, your rook is lined up with the queen, and it's a useful move. Now, as we said, there are two options: develop the bishop to b7 or to a6. Let's have a look at both. If bishop b7, then white continues knight c3 and rook c8, preparing to, well, do the same thing white has done. And now we come to the most common pawn breaks, e4. In this position, c5 isn't really a good move because white would have time for e5. So you take d takes e4 and knight takes e4. And after this trade happens, knight e, queen e, now we can see a thematic pawn structure here. And after this trade, it should be easier to play both sides. And the position becomes much clearer. And this is going to be a common pawn structure. Black, of course, continues knight f6. This is common in the Caro-Kann, in the Semislav, in the London system, this trade on e4. And after knight f6, the queen drops back to e2. Queen c7, bishop f4, attacks the queen, bishop d6. And here you can trade, you can play knight e5. In any case, what black is trying to do after either white accepts the trade or plays knight e5, at some point black wants to play c5. And same as in the Semislav, this queen either belongs on c7 or on b6. In the Semislav, usually b6, but here b6 is occupied. So the queen supports the bishop, gets away from the rook on d1, and basically initiates a useful trade. So if black can break with c5 or with e5, the position should be equal. Especially if these two bishops are traded off, then black can sometimes be better in an endgame because white has made light squared weaknesses. So that's bishop b7. If bishop a6, then white should continue with knight b to d2, adding some more support to c4 and preparing e4. And after rook c8, again, you continue with e4. And now there are two options. You can play c5. You can play d takes e4. I think d takes e4 is, again, just sensible for black. However, if black does play c5, you now have two options. You can play e5 or e takes d5. E takes d5 is more popular, but e5 is very interesting because black is most probably going to end up with an isolated pawn if you manage to move your queen, and the knight is quite awkwardly placed. I mean, knight e8 is basically the only option, and now c takes d, and after e takes d, queen e4. Now you can see that this is a very strong center if we are given a move. For example, if black plays a stupid move. Let's find a stupid move. Okay, let's say rook c3. Then here, and already you can see that there's huge trouble. So black plays bishop to b7 to prevent this, and simply queen takes d4. So this I don't think is pleasant for black. It's not losing, but the problem is all the pieces are sort of stuck. I mean, the back rank is very crowded. It's very hard to move any of the pieces. So yeah, I would not recommend this for black. Instead of that, after e4, black should simply take the pawn, d takes e4, and that's just similar to what we saw, but the bishop is not on b7. So knight takes e4, knight takes e4, queen takes e4. Now it's possible to play knight f6 again, chase the queen away, but more common is b5. This has been played a few times, and after b5 the queen should drop back, and again black wants to trade off pieces, trade off pawns in the center somehow and get a symmetrical pawn structure. So those are independent knight b7 lines in which, let's go through that again, after knight bd7, in which black has committed the knight already. So we are basically making it easier for white to play this position. As white, we already know that the knight either goes to a6 or d7. So if the knight commits first before b6, then it's easier to play. We know that we can immediately stop thinking about knight a6 and c5, the other move order we are going to have a look at now. So let's go through this again. Knight bd7, you play b3, black plays b6, you play rook d1, very natural move. Now bishop b7 or bishop a6 are possible. What you have to remember is that against bishop b7 you play knight c3 because c4 doesn't need defending, and against bishop a6 you play knight b to d2, supporting e4 and supporting c4 to avoid any tricks. And after you develop your knight, you play for e4. Now black should take it, initiate the trades. If he doesn't, play e5, and that's very, very simple. So let's have a look at it. Bishop b7, so knight c3 because the bishop is not on a6. He plays rook c8, we play e4. And if c5, then e5. So that's what we know. If d takes e4, the knight takes, queen takes. Here the queen either goes to c2 or to e2. I don't think it makes a big difference. When the bishop is on a6, then we definitely go to c2 to not get pinned. When the bishop is on b7, queen e2 is better to prevent e5 and control e4. Okay, now let's get on to the main lines. After queen c2, black's least committal and black's best move is to play b6. And now you again have the option of playing knight d7, of course, if you want to. Or you can play knight a6, as we're going to see. So here you can play b3 again. You can play knight bd2, you can play rook d1, you can play bishop f4, you can even play knight e5. But I would recommend the move knight b2 d2. That's the main theoretical move. So against knight bd7 you play b3. Against b6 you play knight bd2. If black plays a non-committal move, then we should play a non-committal move too. Now this move is good. Still, we are prepared to meet bishop a6 because we've defended c4. We are prepared to meet bishop to b7 and knight bd7 because our knight is on d2. We are okay with that and we are preparing e4. We can always play b3 later if the position transposes, so no problem there. And we basically haven't committed. And it's a more useful move than b3. Against knight bd7, we are waiting to see where the bishop goes, so we play b3 first. Okay, here black plays either bishop b7 or bishop a6. Bishop a6 is very rare transposing, so now we just play our b3 and knight bd7, and we are in the position we saw previously. So if by any chance black should play bishop a6, we play b3 transposing. If he plays bishop b7 though, which is the main move, now of course he still has the option to play knight bd7 at some point, but much more common is going to be to play knight a6. We continue with e4, it's prepared enough. We have the knight on d2, we have the queen, our d4 pawn is defended, our bishop is ready, and everything is perfect. In this position, knight a6 should be played by black, and here you can play a3, which is the main move. You can also play e5, but I wouldn't recommend e5. If you go e5, then it's not about knight to b4. Knight b4 is a nothing move. It's about knight d7, because as you can see in the previous position, give me a second. Okay, let's say here after c5, when we played e5 here, the knight didn't have a retreat square, because this knight was developed to d7. When the knight goes to a6, then the f6 knight has a retreat square. So let's go back to this position. After knight a6, we don't really want to play e5, because this position can be easily undermined. So for example, e5, knight d7. And now you can see that as soon as black plays either c5 or f6, this is very similar to the French defense now. Let's give white a move. Let's play a3 here. Well, I can immediately play a6. I can also play c5, and your center is just collapsing. What do you do if you take? I mean, this is just a bad position. Black has these hanging pawns, but they're great hanging pawns. They're controlling the entire board. This pawn is weak. I mean, white's position collapses. So against knight a6, e5 is a playable move. I'm not saying it's not a playable move. If you like playing against the French and if you like defending your broad center, then okay. But a3 is just calmer. Don't give up your center for nothing. And against a3, the main move is c5. Now, because our pawn is still on e4, we can gain an edge in the center. We haven't committed with e5. And of course, the idea behind knight a6, as we already said, is to support c5. But now, since our pawn is still on e4, we have the flexibility to take. And now e takes d5. And as we saw in this structure, when e4 is played and c5 is played, usually white should take on d5. That's what I was talking about a while back. So a3, c5, we take on d5. a trade on d5 happens. So e takes d5. We have this symmetrical pawn structure. And now there are a couple of options for white. White can choose between a few things. You can play rook d1. You can play cd5, which isn't really such a good move. You can also continue with weird stuff like knight h4, trying to open up your bishop. But by far, the best move is simply d takes c5. And with d takes c5, you are, well, going to get a slight edge whatever happens. If pawn takes, then black has an isolated pawn, and that's not so good. If bishop takes, then the knight is stranded for no good reason. Why did you play knight a6? Are you going to play knight c7 now? You don't have the b4 square. So basically knight takes is forced, and that justifies knight a6. But now this runs into b4. And after b4, the knight goes back to e6. Now you continue bishop b2. And this is a very good position for white. Of course, this can still be traded off. Black doesn't have to be left with an isolated pawn. So after something like rook c8 and knight e5, the position gets complex. But look at these two bishops. I mean, this is just tactically more pleasing for white. I'm not saying it's much better for white, but it's easier for black to make a mistake. Okay, queen c7 attacks the knight, so if the bishop for some reason moves, the knight is loose. Rook a c1 supports the c file, and now you can see how many defenders we have on c4. Now finally d takes c4. The queen on c7 also defends the bishop, so no tricks. And now a mass exchange. Unfortunately, queen takes, knight d takes, or knight e takes is possible. I think knight d takes is better. It's the main move. You want to keep this beautiful knight. And also the knight on d2 isn't really that good. So knight d takes. And now bishop g2, king g2, and rook c7. Black prepares to double. This should be perfectly equal. It's 2 against 2 on the queen side, 3 against 3 on the king side. 2 knights, bishop each. White's pieces are more active. The knights are more active. But it should be equal. So yeah, I don't think there should be any issues for black whatsoever, but white should be slightly better. Okay, let's go over that once more. Okay, so bishop e7, the close Catalan, bishop g2, castles, c6 the main move, queen c2, and now b6 the main move. And after knight b2 d2, if bishop a6, then we transpose with b3, knight bd7. If bishop b7, then play e4 straight away. Black plays knight a6, and now not e5, because the knight has a retreat square, although it is possible, but a3. Black should break with c5, and now this exchange, which you have to remember, ed, ed, dc, knight c, and b4. This is the key idea, and white should have a slight edge. Okay, now let's have a brief look at the move knight bd7. On move 6, this, as we said, is a sideline instead of c6. The only reason I'd like to show you this move is because of a gambit line white could choose to play, which I'm not a big fan of, I wouldn't recommend, but I'm going to mention it. Firstly, if you play queen c2, then c6 transposes to the main line, and now b3, we have the knight bd7 thing. Well, it's just the same thing. Here we play rook to d1, black can play here or here, and we know this already. However, white has an option here, which he doesn't really have after c6, and that's to play knight c3, and basically challenging this structure straight away and preparing to play e4, queen c2, and push black back. And the only way to justify playing knight bd7 for black is to take the pawn, have nothing better, and this is called the gambit line. Okay, so black takes, and we are sort of in the open Catalan again. White manages to play e4, black now plays c6, trying to play b5, and bishop f4, and rook e8, and a4, and b6. is the main line, and after queen e2 there have been a lot of games played from this position. I think about 30 or 40 games with bishop a6, where black sort of manages to hold on to the pawn, but white should be slightly better. I think there's a lot of compensation with this central control, and basically all of white's pieces are perfect. All of white's pieces are doing what they should be doing, something like queen e7 and d5 and knight d5 and bishop d2, and it's going to be easy to launch a kingside attack. So if you want to play aggressively against the closed Catalan, if black plays knight b to d7, you have the option to play this move knight c3. So you can do that if you want to. Okay, let's just repeat everything. So if black plays bishop e7, this is the closed Catalan. We continue bishop to g2, and after castles we don't play queen c2, which should be slightly better. We play castles. Okay, now after castles, black has the option to play b6 going into the queen's Indian, c5 going into the Tarash, knight e4 going into the stone wall. The main move is c6. The main alternative is knight b d7, and he can also play dc4 going into semi-open Catalan lines. Sorry if this was too much. I hope you got something from the video, and let me know what you think. I mean, I hope this helps. Stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye.
Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to continue the series on the Catalan with the move c5 in the open Catalan, which is one of the trickiest moves for white to face, and in my opinion one of the most logical continuations for black. This is the third most popular move, and it occurs quite frequently on all levels. It makes a lot of sense. Okay, so the open Catalan is the position after black takes the pawn on c4. If you haven't seen the introductory video on the Catalan, you can find the link to the entire playlist in the description below. Please do, because this is going to make little sense unless you know what we are talking about. So we are starting in the position on move 5 for black. Once again, there are several different move orders to reach the starting position of the open Catalan. Black would start with 1 d5, black would start with 1 knight f6, black would play several different move orders, so could white. But basically we reach this position. And in this position many moves are possible. Two most popular are a6 and knight c6. a6 by far the most popular, and c5 is the third most popular. Okay, if you would like to follow this video along with a PGN with all of my analysis and some notes, you can find them in the Patreon feed if you're a patron of mine. If you'd like to become one, again, there's a link in the description. So let's start. What is the move c5 about? Well, there is one basic idea about this move, and if you are aware of what usually happens in the open Catalan, and that's that black has grabbed the pawn, in exchange for that, white has this amazing bishop on g2, which slices across the entire board, which makes it firstly very hard to defend this pawn. So moves like b5, you can watch the whole video on b5, but basically it becomes tricky if black tries to hold on to this extra pawn. And if he holds on to the pawn, white usually gets a big attack on the center, on the queen side, later on the king side, with moves like knight e5 and e4, e5 expanding in the center. If white in that case regains the pawn on c4, then white has managed to trade his c2 pawn for black's d7 pawn. So after c4, d5 and d takes c5 and something c4 and something taking on c4, these two pawns have been traded off. So positionally, white stands better in most open Catalans if he can get the pawn back. So the move c5 makes perfect sense. Why? Well, with the move c5, black is trying to do the same thing. He wants to trade off this pawn for this pawn. So in theory, that's the most valuable thing you get by playing the move c5. Practically speaking, any pawn advances in the center, if the d4 pawn is gone, are not as powerful, because you don't have these two pawns in the center which break black's position in half and give you the option to create kingside attacks. So by playing c5, black is basically saying, I don't want to get pushed around as I do in normal open Catalans, and I don't want to be under as much pressure as I normally am. In this position, we are going to be discussing two different moves. And let me get to the starting position. We are going to be discussing two different moves. One of them is castles kingside, the other one is queen a4. We are going to be focusing on castles kingside. Now, since I'm covering the Catalan from white's perspective, it's a white opening, I'm going to be giving recommendations for white at some point and telling you the best lines, and I'm going to be covering everything black can do against that. So you will be prepared for white. Therefore, the move queen a4, I would just like to cover briefly. This is an attempt to regain the pawn straight away. Now, in the Catalan, white usually starts by developing the pieces, while black is grabbing the c4 pawn and then making several pawn moves to defend that pawn, and then later on trying to catch up in development while white is getting his material back, so the situation normalizes. The move queen a4 is against the nature of the Catalan. It's not a bad move. It's a theoretical move. It can be played. It has been played by world's best players, but it's definitely not as active as castles. I'm going to show you why. After the move queen a4, black has several ideas to block this. He could play bishop d7, knight c6, or knight b to d7. Firstly, the move knight c6 after castles and bishop d7 transposes into the reti in a variation of the King's Indian attack, or Grunfeld in reverse. So let me show you that. If white starts with the move knight f3 and black plays d5 and white plays g3, this is extremely common. This is sort of a King's Indian attack, or King's Indian in reverse, or Grunfeld in reverse, depending on whether white plays d4 or bishop to g2. So in this position, let's say bishop to g2 and knight to c6 and d4 and e6 and white castles. Knight f6, c4, dc4, we have reached the same position you can see on the board. So knight c6 is going to be transposing into something completely different, which is why after queen a4 you have to be prepared for a lot of sidelines, which I don't like. I like to play straightforward openings. Now the other moves, bishop d7 and knight d7, are also quite tricky. Knight b d7 is the second most popular, and if you take on c4 with the queen straight away, then a6, you move the queen away in anticipation of b5, and then black plays b6. He's going to play bishop b7, and his position is going to be perfectly sensible. Now, if this trade happens, you will have developed the f8 bishop for free, and if it doesn't happen, then at some moment black may have the option to push his pawn majority forward and create a potential passed pawn. And finally, the main move, bishop d7, is the trickiest to face. You get your pawn back. But after bishop c6, we have something similar to the bishop d7, bishop c6 open Catalan, which I've covered in the previous video. The difference is that the c-pawn has moved, which is huge, because this pawn is usually blocked on c7 in the bishop d7 open Catalan, as well as in some variations of the French defense, where in the Rubinstein, where black plays the same thing. So now after d takes c5, knight b to d7, bishop e3, for example, and bishop to d5, black stands fine. And even though white is a pawn up for the moment, this pawn is going to be, well, taken. And then it's going to be a symmetrical pawn structure. So the move queen a4 is something I wouldn't recommend. I would recommend simply castling. Why? Because we are following Catalan principles, and we are playing the main idea in the open Catalan. And what we want to do, if black gives us the opportunity, is gain an edge in development, gain central space and central control, gain supreme piece activity in exchange for a pawn. If we can get the pawn back, then fine, great. Okay, so by playing castles, white is doing the correct thing. Now, what black has to do, since he's played c5, he knows that he's going to be able to equalize in the center at some point with either cd4 or white playing dc5. Therefore, black has to develop the pieces, because if white is now able to play moves like queen a4, so for example, if bishop e7 now, then queen a4, knight c6, and takes on c4 would be a different story, because white's king is safe. So black has to start developing. So black has one very good option, and that's knight to c6. Which leads to the main lines of the c5 open Catalan, and which is what we are going to be discussing in great detail in this video. The alternatives are, well, possible, and I'm going to tell them now, but they are definitely not as good. Against knight c6, again, white has a couple of options. Queen a4 is the move we are going to be focusing on. That's simply the best move. And the alternatives are knight e5, d takes c5, which simplifies the position a lot, or knight a3, which is a weird move and leads to a slightly better position for black. But before we get on to knight c6, which is the main move, let's look at what else black can do. So after castles, you have to be prepared for the 4 deviations black could go for. One of them is, well, for the 4 deviations on move 7. The only deviation, instead of knight c6, is c takes d4. And after knight takes d4, black now has a couple of options. And this, even though you have to know it, is not tricky to refute. I'm not saying white is much better, but white is constantly going to have a slight advantage. So here black can choose between queen b6 and bishop c5 attacking the knight, or he can play a6 preparing b5. So let's have a look at queen b6 first. If queen b6, then you simply play queen a4 check, and after bishop d7 you get your pawn back. Black plays knight a6, you can continue queen to b3. If queen takes, then knight takes, of course. But knight b4, a3, bishop c5, attacks the knight in exchange for this one. And in this position, white is definitely slightly better. Why? His knight is great, all of his pieces are developed except for the c1 bishop, and once black castles, white is going to have very good piece activity. Now it's not winning, but this open a file is important, the knight coming to c4 is important, the bishop on g2 is a great piece, this bishop could come to g5 harassing the knight, and this is basically a good position. Okay, after knight d4, if a6 is played, then again, queen a4 check. b5 is impossible because of knight b5. The rook is hanging. So queen d7, again, queen c4. b5 now expanding. Queen b3, very similar idea to what we just saw. And, for example, bishop to b7. If queen takes knight, then bishop takes rook, of course. Bishop b7, queen b7, a4 breaking the position. And if white is able to get play on the queen side while black's king is still on e8, there are definitely great opportunities for attacking play for white. So for example, b4 in this position, which is the most sensible, is met with bishop g5. So already this is tricky to play, to say the least. Okay, and finally, after knight d4, bishop c5, again queen a4 check, queen d7, and now knight b5. And the c4 pawn is again going to drop once black castles, and here, and queen e7 defends the bishop. You can now continue with b4, and this is just white is expanding. Again, not a huge advantage, but white is expanding and gaining space. His king is safe, his bishop is great. So if black tries to simplify early on with c takes d4, then white is constantly going to have a slight edge. Therefore, knight c6 is the best move. So let's repeat that. In the open Catalan, after c5, white should castle. The only alternative is queen a4. Black should play knight c6. If he plays cd, then white is slightly better in all lines. So after knight c6, we have a couple of options. Queen a4, as I said, is the move we are going to be focusing on heavily. If the alternatives are played, there are 3. One of them leads to extremely boring equal positions. In one of them, black is actually slightly better, and in one of them, white is slightly better, but it's not clear. So first of all, let's look at knight a3, which leads to a position that's slightly better for black according to the engine, and visually also. So the idea is knight c4. So after cd4, knight c4, bishop c5, guarding the extra pawn, and now a3 preparing b4, but a5, and after something like bishop f4, castles, rook to c1, and knight to d5, I believe that white doesn't have enough for the pawn, or definitely doesn't have enough for the pawn. In this position, black is simply slightly better. The only thing white can try and prevent is something like b5 or b6 and bishop b7. Once that happens, black is just better. Okay, so instead of queen a4, not knight a3. If you
play d takes c5, which is another alternative, then an exchange of queens and rook takes and bishop takes c5 and knight b to d2, you are going to get this back. Remember, b5 is impossible because of knight e5, and this is very weak, so this pawn cannot be defended, therefore c3, bc3, castles, knight b3, bishop e7, and the pawn structure is just symmetrical after knight f to d4 attacks the knight. So bishop d7, and now knight c6, bishop c6, bishop c6, b c6, and this is, it couldn't be more symmetrical. It's just, the only difference is this. If the pawns were like this, it would be identical. So boring position, dc5, not advisable. And finally, knight e5, which is interesting as an alternative move, which would gain a ton of space in the center with the move, with the pawn coming to e5. But black can simply respond with bishop d7, which is good. And now knight a3 attacking the pawn, cd4, knight c4, bishop c5, and queen b3 should be slightly better for white. But again, black has this extra pawn which you will have to regain. So after castles, bishop f4, queen c8, white is slightly better, but nothing major. He's basically slightly better because everything is lined up on the c file. But this is unnecessary complication. Not taking your pawn back immediately is, I would say, unwise. So against knight c6, which is the best move for black, I would recommend queen a4. In this position, black has only two sensible moves, which is where our job becomes easy. So we have to learn two moves. One of them is extremely wild, and that's cd4. And the normal move is bishop d7. So let's look at these two moves. This is the main part of the video, the main theory that you have to learn. Let's look at cd4 first. Whoa, excuse me. So if in this position black takes cd4, this is going to be tricky if you don't know it. If you know it, it's going to be simple. So what you do, you take knight d4. This knight is of course pinned, but the queen could take your knight as well. But watch what happens. You opened up your bishop, and for example, if you didn't know this position, then queen a4 may seem like a bad move because of cd4. But if you know that knight d4 is possible, then everything is fine. So queen takes knight, nothing better in this position because there's too much pressure on c6. Queen takes knight, and now the refutation of this move, or the justification for giving up the piece, is bishop takes c6. Now there are two options for black. One of them is giving up the exchange. The other one is basically giving up the queen for bishop and rook, which is why I would never enter this position for black. You can give up the exchange with bc6. That's clear enough. Queen c6, queen d7, queen a8, and after bishop c5, preparing to castle, knight c3, castles, rook d1, queen c7. Your next move is going to be bishop to b7, so queen f3 retreating, bishop to b7, and black definitely has compensation for the exchange because of these two bishops, especially the light squared bishop. This is huge compensation. The engine likes white, but black, practically speaking, for the moment, I would rather be black. But if some pieces get traded off, then white simply wins. So if you can get in stuff like e4, bishop e3, block the light squared bishop, trade off the dark squared bishop, then white just wins. Clear exchange up. So bc6 is a lot less popular than what black usually does, which is bishop to d7, which may seem insane, but it makes sense. So there are two moves here. One of them is better for black, no doubt about that. So once again, if you don't know this position, you could go wrong. If you take on d7, black is very close to winning, in my opinion, because queen takes d7 and queen takes c4. After rook c8, queen b3, black has a huge position. Why? There's no Catalan bishop on the board. Black is two moves away from castling, and when he does castle, this king is going to be unsafe. The g-pawn has moved, and white's queenside pieces are still on the back row. So the development is actually equal, and it's dubious to have this pawn on g3. So bishop d7 is better for black. Instead, after bishop d7, you don't take bishop d7, you play rook d1. And now, if black moves the queen away, then he just loses to bishop d7 check, and it's game over. So black has two options. He can take on c6, counter-attacking the white queen, or what's more popular, take the rook and give up material. So the sideline bishop takes c6 is fine for white. Queen takes c6 check, b takes c6, rook takes d4. For the moment, black is still a pawn ahead, but that's going to change soon. Rook c4, rook d1, everything is defended, king g2, king d7, preparing to open up the bishop, and after knight c3, rook e1, rook d4, the king moves to c8 or c7, better c8, and then rook d1 takes. This position is better for white. It's simply a better endgame because white has targets, black doesn't. But it shouldn't be a big advantage. Okay, and which is why black normally doesn't go for that. After rook d1, what black does, he gives up the queen. Queen takes d1 check, queen takes d1, bishop takes c6. And now, well, it's a queen for rook and bishop, basically, and the pawn. So the material is equal, but white simply stands better. After knight d2, b5 defending the pawn, and a4 breaking open the position. Remember, a6 would be a bad move because you would have to recapture with the bishop. So bishop e7, a b5, bishop b5, and knight takes c4. If bishop takes c4, then queen a4. And after castles and b3, I would love to play this position for white. Equal material, equal pawns, but queen against bishop and rook is just overwhelming. And which is why, coming back to the original position, playing c takes d4 leads to extremely sharp lines if white knows what he's doing after knight takes e4. And if black plays this, he's basically counting on the fact that white doesn't know what he's doing. So, risky strategy. Now, to the main lines. Okay, after c5 and castles and knight c6 and queen a4, not c d4, but bishop d7, defending this diagonal. Now, this pawn actually is threatened because knight e4 would just lose a piece. So, we take our pawn back. We have another option, which I wouldn't recommend, and that's d takes c5. But if black plays bishop c5, white is okay, and bishop c5 is a normal move. It's the main move. But there's this sideline which I hate, which is why I wouldn't recommend playing dc5 on move 8, and that's knight a5. And this is tricky. You have to move your queen away, so queen c2. Now bishop takes c5, and after knight e5, attacking the pawn, attacking b7, simply rook c8, and there's huge trouble here. The queen is lined up with the rook. Black has an extra passed pawn, potentially after b5. The rook has moved away from the diagonal. For example, bishop g5 and knight c6 and knight d7, queen d7. If you take on c4, you're basically losing. Let me show you how. Queen takes c4, knight d4, and now there's a ton of pressure. If you try knight c3, for example, then knight f3 check, bishop f3 and bishop f2, and the position is gone. So dc5 I wouldn't recommend because of this move knight a5. That's very tricky. Instead of that, against bishop d7, we play the main move, queen c4. Okay, now again, black has two options. We are going to be recommending the main move for black, but there's a sideline with cd4, and this leads to, if white knows what he's doing, a pawn up position for white. So knight takes, rook c8, you don't have to be afraid of any discoveries yet, knight d4, queen d4, bishop c5, a tempo on the queen, but now queen h4, and this is a very active position. The king is still in the center, material is equal, but white should hold a slight edge. Bishop takes b7 wins the pawn. Saving the pawn would be too much trouble because all the pieces are in towards the king side. So rook b8, bishop f3, rook b4, no trouble for the queen. It has the g5 square. So this is just bad for black. Pawn up for white, almost no compensation. So after queen takes c4, the most principled move is b5. And let's just say that queen takes b5 is impossible. Why? Because if you take this pawn, then knight d4 gains the tempo on the queen, and after queen d3, bishop b5 wins the e2 pawn. So against b5, you have to retreat. Now, two options, again, which black could play, c4 or rook c8, and bear with me, we are almost done. If c4, which may seem like the most intuitive move, white is actually better and he has easier play after queen d1 and rook c8, trying to push the passed pawn forward, bishop g5, bishop e7 on pinning, knight c3. There's nothing better but to play b4 in this position. So b4, and after bishop f6, gf6 is the best move. You can now continue knight e4, and the black king will never really find any safety. So c4 is provocative, and if you have to continue with b4, then the queen side is loose, the king side is loose. It's getting tricky. So after queen d3, not c4, but rook c8. Still, queen b5 doesn't work, so you have no need to do that. But white can take on c5. And now bishop c5. And you can see the point behind black's play here on move 10. This is the main position. And if black is playing c5 on move 5, then this is what he's trying to achieve. The only problem is that the bishop, which is now on d7, would like to be on b7. And the pawn would like to be on a6 instead of a7. If that is achieved, black actually has a very pleasant position. For the moment, b5 is weak, and the bishop on d7 is slightly misplaced. Other than that, black is equal. So, white continues developing knight c3. Now b4, dislodging the knight, knight e4, an exchange happens, queen e4, and knight e7. This is very important. Defending the bishop, looking at these two squares, and also preparing bishop c6. So, knight e5, defending the c6 square, and bishop to b5. And you can argue that black is better here. I mean, I like black's position. The two bishops are really good. This bishop is all of a sudden aiming at thin air. So, for example, bishop e3 trying to trade, black can simply castle, rook f to d1, the queen can go to b6. Very similar to a successful semi-Slav, and absolutely no issues. Bishop c5, rook c5, something like knight d7, forcing a trade here, bishop takes, rook takes, and knight d5. This is a lovely position for black. It's not better, it's perfectly equal. So playing c5 makes a lot of sense. Let's just go back to the starting position of the open Catalan. Playing c5 makes a lot of sense. You break white's center, and if you know what you're doing, if you avoid all the traps, all the tricks which I've just shown you, then you have an equal position. So if you're looking for something calm and potentially tricky if white makes a mistake, then c5 is a great move, and you shouldn't have any issues. After this video is not enough, and as I said, you can follow the PGN and get the PGN on the Patreon feed. Do some extra analysis, go more in depth, but if you go through these lines several times, you will have a great weapon against the Catalan. Hope this helps. Let me know what you think. We only have two more variations of the open Catalan to go through, which are knight c6 and a6, the two main moves. After that, we move on to the closed Catalan. Thanks very much for watching, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stjepan here. In this video, I'm going to continue the series on the Catalan with finally the main move black can play in the open Catalan, and that's pawn to a6. By far the main line, by far black's best and trickiest option, and white has to work hard to keep an advantage or to prove an advantage against this move. The idea behind a6 is to basically play b5 unhindered and to defend your extra pawn. Therefore, in some lines, black will keep the pawn. Well, after white's best play, and what I'm going to recommend, white regains the pawn. But again, it's going to be hard to prove an advantage. This is the 8th video in the series on the Catalan, and in the series on the open Catalan. We're talking about this position. The only move I haven't talked about so far is the move bishop b4 check, which is going to be covered when we look at bishop b4 before pawn takes pawn. So I just wanted to mention that because I got some questions. So okay, talking about this position, it's sharp. Black took a pawn. In order to keep the pawn, he has to lag in development.
and white gets the initiative. So after a6, black wants to defend the c4 pawn with b5, and white's compensation is the center and the lead in development. Of course, white has the option of advancing with e4, and this results in very, very complex games. Now, before we get onto the main line, I just want to give you the sidelines for white, which I don't want to talk about too much, because I'm covering the Catalan for white. Excuse me. I will be giving you all the options for black, so you will be prepared against anything black plays, but I'm going to be recommending variations for white, so I'm not going to be covering everything white can do in detail. I will mention it though. So we are going to be focusing on the move castles on move 6, but this is by far the most popular and best. Let's just have a look at the alternatives to make sure you don't blunder them in a game accidentally. Firstly, a4, preventing b5 by brute force. Spending a tempo on a4 is bad because after knight c6, obviously b3 is weak and b4 is weak, and there is no way to compensate for that. So in this position you simply castle. Black plays the move rook to b8. Now again b5 is threatened. You have to play a5, which now leaves a ton of holes in your position. Bishop b4. You can play knight a3 targeting the pawn, but simply bishop takes a5, and after knight takes c4, bishop b4, black is better. Black is undoubtedly better here. So a4, not a good move. You cannot fight a6 with a4. Now, a few more bad options, even worse. If you try to play knight c3, then b5, of course, happens. And if you try knight e5 now, trying to use the Catalan diagonal, then simply knight d5, and you have nothing. You have nothing better but to take. So knight d5 and e d5, and after white castles, obviously black has this enormous pawn majority marching towards your king and the queen side and nothing. Okay, so knight c3 is bad. Let's move on. Another bad move is queen to c2, preparing to take on c4 and preparing to expand with e4. Same idea as knight c3, black plays b5. Not good. Okay, another mistake is bishop to g5. This move has been played. The idea is basically to prevent knight d5 and to push e4, but again, after b5 and knight e5, in this position knight d5 is of course not possible, but black can simply play rook a7, and again, he will definitely keep his extra pawn, and he's definitely better. You have absolutely nothing. Now, instead of castles, which is the main move, one move which does deserve some attention is knight e5, which opens up the h1a diagonal immediately, attacks the c4 pawn immediately. If you can take the pawn with the knight, then that's great. And black now has to fight to keep his pawn. That being said, black is equal and has a very nice way to equalize. Let me show you that. Black should play bishop b4 check, and after knight c3 he should play knight d5. And now taking the knight is simply bad because you give up your Catalan bishop. Playing bishop to d2 is fairly tame and passive. Black is going to be keeping the pawn in that line. So after, for example, bishop to d2, black can simply play knight b6, keeping the pawn. You can play e3 and he plays knight to d7. This pawn is secure. No problems in the black position. For example, knight takes d7, queen takes d7, and after knight e4, a5 can be played defending the bishop. Both sides castle, queen c2, rook d8, and black is fine. So another option, which is far more interesting, is castles, simply in this position. And of course this gives up a pawn. So knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop takes c3, attacking the rook, rook to b1. Now of course there is pressure on the b7 pawn. b5 of course is impossible because of rook takes b8. So white, well, is targeting a lot of stuff in the black position. Black has only one option, and that's to give up some material with queen takes d4, and after queen a4 check, black basically has nothing better but to play b5, and at the end of the rainbow there's this rook. So queen a3, stopping black from castling, queen e5, bishop f4, chasing the queen away to f6, bishop takes c7, and after that you will be taking the rook, and after, for example, bishop e5, which is the best move, then you
then you grab the rook. So, but after bishop e5, queen e5, bishop a8, queen c7, bishop g2, f6, rook fd1, I don't have to say that the position is perfectly equal. It's 2 pawns for the exchange, and black has a 3-to-1 pawn majority on the queen side, which is extremely dangerous, and it's equal. So even knight e5 doesn't lead to an advantage for white. In my opinion, the only way to play for an advantage against the main line is to play the move castles, and by far the most popular. White is continuing the development. Now black has two options here. Black can either develop with knight c6, and this is the main move we are going to be focusing on. The idea behind knight c6 is to free up this diagonal and then continue rook b8, b5, bishop d7, defending the knight, moving the rook away and trying to defend his pawn. Alternatively, something that can be played but is definitely not recommended as it's inferior to knight c6 is b5, defending the pawn straight away. And now the line is pretty forced. Knight e5, knight d5, a4, just preparing to take here, and the rook is pinned, so bishop b7 unpinning, and now b3, and you blast open the position. Now c3 and cb3 can be played. c3 is better. C takes b3, a takes b5, a takes b5, rook a8, bishop a8, and queen b3 is definitely more pleasant for white. He's for the moment still a pawn down, but this huge lead in development is almost insurmountable. So for example c6, which is a good move. Now look at these two pieces. e4 chases the knight away, the knight drops back to c7. Look at these three pieces now. You can play queen f3 here, which is very aggressive, and after queen f6 you can play something like bishop f4. And in this position the engine says white is almost winning. It's plus 1.5. So c takes b3 leads to a pleasant position for white. If c3 is played, which is better, then you have, well, a complicated line which you have to know as black and as white, and that starts with e4. And if black moves the knight, then of course knight takes c3 and white should be easily winning. Therefore black complicates matters with the move b4. And here I would like to stop for a moment. This you have to know as white. I'm going to be recommending something against the main lines, but this is basically what you have to know against b5 instead of knight c6. So in this position you take the piece, e d5, bishop d5, and now you have to play aggressively. So black has these two pawns, which are very good. Obviously in some positions it's even going to be possible to give up the bishop and then force through one of the pawns. So you play aggressively, queen h5, and g6 is forced. And now queen to h3. And this is a ton of pressure on black. It's not easy to develop. You can play bishop h6, trading of the bishop, and you're a piece up. But again, the engine says it's equal, but white should be better. It's a piece up. And these two pawns for the moment are not advancing, but they could be. So that's b5. And I don't think you have to be afraid of that. Now, after a6 and castles, knight c6 is something you have to study carefully. Now, I've read two books on this position. One of them is by Boris Avrukh, and that's probably the best book on the Catalan that I've seen, read, had in my hands. And Boris Avrukh recommends something I don't like. I'm still going to mention it for white, but I'm going to be looking at a completely different line. In this position, there are a few options for white. Let's go over the bad options first. One bad option is knight a3. I'm going to tell you why. Knight bd2 also, just dreadful. a4, a dreadful move. Bishop g5, similar to the main line, which I want to show you with e3, but you develop the bishop first, trade it off on f6, and then play e3 without closing in your bishop. So bishop g5 is kind of sensible, but giving up the bishop pair in a position in which you're supposed to attack, I wouldn't recommend. And two main moves are e3 and knight c3. Now, Knight c3 you still have to be aware of, because you may want to play an aggressive game. Again, I'm not going to recommend this. Knight c3 is, according to Avruk, the best move. And here's a short quote. Avruk says, recently this move has gained in popularity. Although 7 e3 remains white's most popular option, still it's possible that the shift will continue, as nowadays white is failing to prove any advantage after this timid pawn advance. And that's true. e3 is a timid move. Knight c3 is much sharper. But I honestly believe e3 will give you better chances. So if you would like to study Knight c3 for white, buy Avruk's book. Great book. Okay, let me show you Knight c3 just briefly. The idea behind Knight c3 is to force through e4 quickly without, well, paying any attention to what black is doing, basically. So in this position, black simply continues preparing his plan with b5. You play e4, black develops with bishop to e7, and you play queen e2. Now, black's main is to just defend the c4 pawn. He could also grab the pawn. So, for example, knight takes d4 is an option, and after knight takes d4, queen takes d4, white continues rook d1, and white should be better here. After queen c5, you can continue e5, and after knight d7, knight e4. It's not, of course, possible to take the pawn with the knight, because white takes the queen. If you take the pawn with the queen, it's of course not knight d6 check, which can be taken with the bishop, and then the bishop defends the queen. But instead, white gets a winning position after bishop f4, and after queen a5, queen takes c4. This is just very hard to play. So against knight e4, black should continue queen b4, and it's a very complicated position. White should be slightly better, but it's so hard to play. And the other option is b5, which I think is better for black, and now rook d1, castles, and d5. And you blast open the center straight away, so you are letting black keep the pawn. This is the part I don't like. So ed5, e5, d4, ef6, bishop f6. This is very sharp. And after, for example, queen e4, attacking the knight, then bishop to b7, and knight d5, and this just gets ridiculous. Obviously, black has given a piece up again, but he has all 8 pawns, and this is 3 pawns for the piece, and these pawns are looking very dangerous. White's pieces are uncoordinated, and I just don't like this position. That being said, if you want to play for a win at all costs, knight c3 is definitely a better move than e3. But if you want to make sure that you don't lose, then e3 is better. Okay, so we are going to be focusing on the move e3. Okay, and after a6 and castles and knight c6, this is just the best move. And still white is preparing e4. It's not that we don't want to play e4, but the idea is to play queen e2, rook fd1, and knight c3, and play e4 slowly. So e3 is definitely a smarter move. Now what can black do? Again, there are a couple of options. If he plays b5, that's a bad move, knight e5, and game over. So b5 straight away is not possible. So he again can either prepare the move b5 with bishop to d7, defending the knight, or with rook to b8. Two options. Bishop d7 is by far the most popular. If rook b8, let me just show you that quickly, there's a really nice move white can play, which doesn't come up often in the Catalan, but it's a pattern you have to know. And I believe after this move, white doesn't really have any issues, and that's knight f to d2. And after knight f to d2, you still have the option to play knight c3 later on, supporting e4 and defending d5. And this obviously prevents b5. If b5, bishop takes. And if nothing is done, then knight takes pawn. So black has to play energetically. If he plays slowly with queen d7, which is possible, then simply knight takes c4 and b5, the knight is now defended, knight c to d2, fine, bishop e7, knight c3, black castles. This is a slow, tame position. White should have an annoying slight edge, and eventually the fact that he has an extra central pawn, the c2 pawn has been traded for the d7 pawn, is going to prove important. However, after knight f to d2, black has a way to play more aggressively, and that's e5, blasting the center open and preparing to develop the bishop along this diagonal. Against this, there's a simple antidote. Bishop takes knight, and after b takes, d takes e5, knight g4 to try to regain the pawn, knight takes c4, bishop e6 attacks the knight, knight b to d2, and in this position, well, it's 7, well, black actually has 6 pawns for the moment, excuse me, but after bishop to b4, it's going to be hard to keep that pawn. But white should be perfectly fine. I don't see any problems with white's position. So rook b8, I wouldn't recommend that for black. As I said, after this move, knight f to d2, it's very hard to get anything. With black, I believe it's impossible to equalize if white knows the next 5 or 6 moves. So finally, black's best. Bishop to d7. This is the move we are going to be focusing on. Now, this move makes it really hard for white to claim an edge. I'm not going to lie to you. This is the reason why Avruk, who is probably the biggest author on the Catalan for white, doesn't like e3. And here's why. You continue with queen e2. Just black has to play b5, or alternatively, he can play bishop d6, which is a sideline I don't think many people would play. It's just sensible to defend the pawn. So now let's just have a brief look at bishop d6. You can then take the pawn, of course. Black can castle, and after rook to d1, black is saying, well, I want to develop instead of losing, so that's smart, but he gave the pawn back. And now after rook b8, knight bd2, queen e7, queen e2 back in anticipation of advances in the center or on the side, e5, d5, knight e5, knight e5, and bishop e5. White can simply play knight c4 and again be slightly better. There are targets on the queen side. It's not easy to push those pawns, and white is slightly better coordinated in my opinion. So for example, bishop a4 is one of the best moves, and rook to d2, rook f to d8. White should have an annoying edge, and that's what you get. But bishop d6 is not the trickiest black can do. This is just if black wants to fight for equality without risking too much. But you can grab the bishop pair. There are a few options here for white. For example, rook b1 is the main move, just preparing to advance this pawn and maybe go for a minority attack. So for example, bishop b5, b3 defending the knight, bishop c4, bc4 or queen c4 are both possible. Queen c4 I think is better. c6 defending along this diagonal. And all games from this position have ended in a draw. That says enough. But again, white shouldn't have absolutely any issues. Black should have slight issues, because even though he has a 3-2, it's hard to push it because of this bishop, and black is not really targeting anything for the moment. White of course has the bishop pair, which in itself it shouldn't be enough to win, but it's a slight edge. So if you can get a position where you have a target and black doesn't, you have the bishop pair, then why not? So against queen e2, I don't think bishop d6 is the way for black to play. He should keep his pawn. Now b5, this is basically the starting position. This is the starting position of the mainline open Catalan, and this is where you have to start learning. Now, alternatives to what I'm going to show you, and now I'm going to show you an aggressive continuation. I'm going to be showing you b3, which is by far the best move and the main theoretical move. You could play slowly with rook d1, you could play slowly with knight c3, you could play too aggressively with e4, you could also play with knight e5. They're all okay. As I said, there are a couple of options for white. I'm going to be focusing on what I think is best. If you'd like to learn the other moves, buy books, and maybe some other people recommend other moves. I'm not aware of that. Okay, so b3. And in this position, black has no other option but to take. If he doesn't take, you're just going to grab the pawn. So after cb3, you have now given black the pawn almost permanently. So after you take ab3, black is a pawn up, and well, you have to do something about that. What you get in compensation is that the a file is open, your bishop is open, your knight can jump into the game, the b5 pawn is weak. This knight can be extremely tricky. This bishop could come to a3 in some positions. It's a very sharp position and hard for black to play. Obviously, these pieces don't really have a bright future, and this king is still on e8. So black has two options here, both involve castling in the next two moves. So he can either play bishop e7 or bishop d6. Bishop e7 is the best move. Bishop d6 is nothing to be worried about though. This bishop aims at nothing. So you can just continue bishop b2. Black castles. So now simply rook c1. You don't do anything abnormal or, well, you don't do anything fancy. You just get all of your pieces to the best possible squares. Black now has to start thinking about the defense. So knight d5. You don't really want stuff advancing. So knight c3, challenging that knight. Knight c to b4. Black tries to be tricky, but not knight e4. And here, in fact, black's best is to play a5 and to try and continue the position like that. After a5, whoa, sorry, for some reason the engine turned on. After a5 and knight c5, white is +1 according to the engines. I think the pieces are just too well coordinated, and you continue with e4, and after the knight retreats to b6 you continue with d5, and you just blast open the position. And obviously these two bishops compensate for a pawn. More importantly, this pawn could drop, this pawn could drop. It's just very hard for black to play. And this bishop being on e7, as we're going to see in the main line, is going to keep this queen alive and better coordinated with the other pieces. So bishop d6 I don't think is the optimal move, although it has been played by some of the best players, so it's not bad. I just think bishop e7 is best. Now we continue in the same fashion. Here's what we do. We do bishop b2, castles, and rook c1. Same moves. And now again, knight to b4 can be played, or knight to d5 first. We play knight e5, attacking the rook. If the rook moves, the pawn could be in trouble. So knight f to d5. And here's a nice move. In this position, we don't play knight c3. Here's where we have to... Well, this is still a very forced line. About 60 games from this position. Most of them have ended in a draw, but that's because people know everything in this position. It's been very heavily analyzed. But if white knows everything same as black, he should be slightly better. So the key move, and the only move in this position, is knight to a3. Okay, after knight to a3, you're preparing knight c2, challenging this annoying piece. And that's the whole point. Okay, bishop to e8, saving the bishop pair. And now finally, we are ready for what we've been preparing for the last 5 or 6 moves. We play e4, and all the pieces are now optimal. After e4, the knight has to retreat to b6. It's a very passive square. And now knight to c2, challenging black's best piece. Now, if black moves the knight away, then he will definitely be worse. The best move is simply to play a5, and this is a forced line, a5 defending the knight. We take the knight, bishop takes knight, and now we jump in with knight c6. And here, black is still a pawn ahead, but that's going to change quickly. If this knight is taken, which is the main line, we have very aggressive rooks along the c-file. If this knight is not taken, then I just take your bishop and take your pawn, or take your pawn and then threaten to take the bishop. If you move the queen, I have too many options. So bishop takes c6. And after rook takes c6, this is the key position. What do we have? Okay, so white has the bishop pair. Black has a ragged pawn majority on the queen side. He has a weird knight on b6 with no squares to go to. Sort of semi-loose bishop on b4, which if bishop a3 or bishop c3 could be driven away or exchanged. A hanging pawn on b5, and obviously a weak c7 pawn. Also, the f8 rook is not in play yet. On the other hand, white's pieces I don't think could be any better. I don't think there are better squares for any of white's pieces. So if I turn on the engine, it's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. But who would want to play black here? I think it's just much easier to play for white. So as you saw, black has to continue a4 to complicate matters. And now, if you don't know this, then you could mess up. But the move is rook to c1. You just have to keep play actively. You have to keep playing actively. Taking the pawn leads nowhere. You can just take on b5 with the queen or take on c7 first, so a3. And now you want to keep these pawns locked, so bishop a1. This doesn't make your bishop any worse. The bishop is still a monster, defending the center and looking through to g7, also preventing this pawn from queening. So now black is forced to defend, rook a7, and now you simply get your pawn back. Now the material is even. White still has the bishop pair. Black still has to coordinate his pieces. Firstly, has to defend the bishop, so queen e7, for example. And now there are a ton of different approaches. This position has been reached 15, 16, 17 times. Most people play queen h5. You can play queen e2. You can play h4, h5, h6. You can play bishop h3. There are a couple of ways to play, but basically this is the position in which, if you're a serious tournament player, you have to start learning. If you face somebody 21, 22, 2300 who plays a6 in the Open Catalan, this is the position you are going to reach. It's inevitable. So I'm sorry, but you have to know 25 moves of theory. That's just what it's like when you play an opening such as the Catalan. I've been preparing this a lot, and I honestly believe that what I've recommended gives white great options. As we saw in all lines, white ends up with the bishop pair with a very active center, and black ends up with really awkward pieces. On the other hand, the a3 pawn, so maybe black wins because of that, but on the other hand, after something like queen h5, I don't want to be black here. This seems really hard to play. I mean, everything is going to join together around this poor king, which lacks defense. This knight, if this knight was on f6, then completely different story. So let's just go through all of that again. So we have the Open Catalan, and black plays a6, we castle. Okay, that's the best move. Black plays knight c6, he could also play b5. We play e3. Again, if you want to play something sharper, play knight c3, preparing an immediate e4. But e3 is better. Now, rook b8 is possible, but bishop d7 is the best move. We play queen e2. b5 has to be played, otherwise bishop d6 leads to an annoyingly better position for white, slightly better but annoying, because white gets the pawn straight away, so b5. And now the key move, b3, blasting open the position. Black has nothing better but to accept the pawn. A takes b3, bishop e7 or bishop d6, bishop e7 is better, and we continue. Bishop b2, rook c1, knight e5, knight a3, knight c2, e4, and blast open the position and play with our two wonderful bishops. Okay, I think I've given you a good weapon against the mainline Open Catalan. Again, other approaches are possible. It would mean that I would have to record a 10-hour long video to go through all the options for white. I think this one is enough, and I hope it helps. Let me know what you think. Please, any feedback is really appreciated, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video, we're going to be looking at Catalans with bishop b4 check. And we are going to be looking at two positions. Bishop b4 check on move 4, which is a way to avoid a ton of theory by going into the Open Catalan. And we will also be looking at, so that's this position, but we will also be looking at the position with d takes c4, the Open Catalan move 4, and then bishop b4 on move 5. These positions are different, and the theory behind them is different, but most of the ideas are the same, and that's why I decided to do them in one video, because what I'm about to tell you is very important, and it's also very confusing without it being split into two videos. So let's go back to some basics, which I have to talk about now, otherwise it's going to be hard to understand the rest of the video. So after d4, black has several ways to allow or go into the Catalan. One of them is to play d5, and after knight f3 or c4, the Queen's Gambit, black plays the Queen's Gambit declined, and after knight f3, black would play knight f6, and now g3 we have the Catalan. The other way for black to play and to allow or enter the Catalan is via the knight f6 move order, so after c4, e6. Now here on move 3, there's three options for white. well, 4 if you count a3 and rare moves like that, but basically white has 3 options: knight c3, knight f3, and g3. Knight c3 allows the Nimzo Indian, so knight c3 is going to go into the Nimzo, and black has nothing better but to do this. Black could try playing sort of inferior variations of the Queen's Indian with b6, and as we know, the Queen's Indian and the Nimzo Indian are both light squared openings, meaning that most of the action is going to be going on this diagonal, and also that white wants to play e4, black wants to prevent e4. Now, so that knight c3 allows the Nimzo Indian. Usually players with black are very happy to be allowed to play the Nimzo Indian, because the Nimzo Indian is a very aggressive opening, supposed to be well, good for black in many lines. Therefore, most players with white, especially on the highest level, are known to avoid the Nimzo Indian by playing the move knight f3. And this is the move we have been looking at in the entire Catalan series. So this move does not allow the Nimzo, because bishop b4 does not pin the knight. Bishop b4 in this case is the Bogo Indian. And the Bogo Indian is very important for this video, because we are looking at positions with bishop b4 check. Now, the fact that we are looking at positions with bishop b4 check in the Catalan means nothing. You still have to understand that black would play that immediately and avoid the Catalan altogether. So we are going to have a strange mix of the Catalan, the Bogo Indian, and the Nimzo Indian in some cases, and sometimes even the Queen's Gambit declined. Unfortunately, these names we gave, or the theoreticians gave to these openings, are just sort of fake constructions which don't mean anything. For example, to Alpha Zero, when Alpha Zero plays the Catalan, it doesn't say, oh, I'm playing the Catalan, it just plays the best moves. So for us, it's sometimes hard to understand all the transpositions and everything behind an opening, because we have tunnel vision about playing one thing and knowing only one thing. So the Bogo Indian starts after bishop b4 check. The Queen's Indian starts after b6, and the position we've been looking at so far starts after d5, where white plays g3, and then either bishop e7, the closed Catalan, or dc, the open Catalan. Okay, one more thing. Instead of knight f3 or knight c3, white could play the third most popular move, g3, which goes into the clean Catalan, and the main idea behind this is to prevent the Queen's Indian. So you're basically restricting black to only 2 options, either the Catalan or the Bogo Indian Nimzovich variation. So I'm going to show you what happens after bishop b4 check in this position. Of course, the main move is d5, and we reach a normal Catalan, which we will see in a second. But if bishop b4 check is played, this is not a Catalan anymore. After bishop to d2 and queen to e7, this is now the Nimzovich variation of the Bogo Indian, which starts after white plays the move g3. So let me just show you that. In this position after knight f3, when white allows the Bogo, so bishop b4 check and bishop to d2, and for example queen e7 and g3, this is now the Nimzovich variation of the Bogo Indian. Now again, I'm going to create a whole separate playlist on the Bogo, and it's going to make things much clearer, a separate video on the Nimzovich variation, but very similar. Okay, so we have complications at start. So you have to decide what you want to allow, what you don't want to allow. Preferably, you'd like to know what your opponent plays. Does he play the Bogo Indian? Does he play the Queen's Indian? Does he play the Queen's Gambit declined? For you players with the black pieces who play the Bogo Indian, playing bishop b4 check against the Catalan is a great idea if you're not allowed into the clean Bogo. Okay, so now finally, let's go into the 2 moves. The first position we are going to be looking at is after g3, bishop b4 check. Now, this is a very popular line. It's not only a way to simplify into something that's not as sharp as the open Catalan, or even complicated as the closed Catalan. It's a good move, and it uses the fact that white has left this diagonal open, and there's one idea behind it, and one idea only, that after bishop to d2,
and the bishop retreating to e7, the bishop appears to be misplaced on d2, and it is misplaced on d2, and usually this is where the b1 knight should go in these variations. So black does this little shuffle to misplace the bishop. Now this is very subtle stuff compared to what people on my level play and try to understand, but it makes sense. Now instead of bishop to d2, it's possible to play a5, but after bishop g2 and something like d takes c4, well, it's not considered as good as bishop e7. And it's also possible to play queen e7, which is one of the main moves in the Bogo, but it's not considered to be as good here because black had already played d5. Now again, this may be hard to understand, but let me show you what I'm talking about. If we play the clean Bogo meaning that after knight f3 we have bishop to b4 check, you can notice that black is never going to play the move d6. Let's see what happens. Bishop to d2 and queen e7, which I told you isn't as popular when these two moves have been interposed, because the difference between d5 and d6 is how flexible the center is going to be. So g3, if we have this position, now knight c6 and knight c3, and for example bishop c3, knight e4 is the main move, and rook c1 and castles, and bishop to g2 and d6. Black has the small center instead of advancing with d5. So this is the only thing I can discern from the two positions, which is why high-level players don't play queen e7 in this position. That's the only difference. So there has to be something very logical behind it. That being said, I've checked queen e7 with an engine. It's plus 0.4 for white, so it's not a big deal. You can play queen e7. But coming back to the original position, after g3, bishop b4 check, bishop d2. The best move is bishop to e7. And now what we have on the board after excuse me, bishop g2 castles is going to be very similar to the closed Catalan. We are going to be continuing with that position tomorrow. And black does not have to take the pawn on c4 as is the main plan. In the closed Catalan, he can play different things. Now let's get into this move in detail. So, castles and castles. It's also possible to play c6 for black on the previous move, but these lines are going to transpose most often, as c6 and castles are the two moves that black generally plays one after the other, so c6. And now what do we see in this position? Well, one thing we can immediately notice about black's position compared to the open Catalan, which we've been looking at in the last 8 videos, is that black has no weaknesses. Most importantly, this bishop is shut out of the game. Okay, furthermore, since black did not take on c4, there's still a pawn on d5, which makes it much more pleasant for black to play in the center, and it makes it, well, fairly hard, almost impossible for white to play e4, excuse me. But we also see that this bishop is a bad piece and that black is going to have to do something about that. Now, playing queen c2 is the best move for white. There are alternatives. You can play bishop f4 straight away. You can play queen b3, putting pressure on the b7 pawn. You can play b3. You can play knight c3, knight a3. There are a ton of moves. But I'm going to be focusing on queen c2 because I'm trying to give you a way for white to play against bishop b4 check. Now, there are a couple of options for black here. The two main options are knight bd7 and b6, and they will transpose almost always. And, well, we shouldn't really look at them separately. They are just very, very similar. I think knight b to d7 is now becoming more popular than b6, but as I said, that they transpose. And there are a couple of independent lines that we have to look at. Now, what you have to know about this position for black is that it's not a defensive position. It's not a passive position. It may seem passive for the moment, but it's in fact very aggressive, and in many lines Black is going to be playing to simply expand on the king side and checkmate. So let me show you a couple of examples. The most straightforward way to play for black to play this position, and remember we are on move 8 in an almost forced variation after bishop b4 check. So let's get there again. So bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, castles, castles, c6, queen c2. So this is just the best way for both sides to play. Now we are going to be focusing on knight bd7 and b6, which are the most solid and the best, but let's look at something else. Knight e4 first. Whoa, excuse me. What did just excuse me. Okay, we have to look at knight bd7. Okay, knight bd7, and now after bishop f4 we branch out. Excuse me. Okay, so knight e4, the craziest of them all. If knight e4 is played, this may seem like a nothing move, and it may seem like black is just trying to control the center. Black is in fact preparing the move g5. And white now has to be extra careful. By developing this bishop to f4, which is the most sensible square, he actually gave black a target. Now you have nothing better with white but to challenge this knight and threaten to take the pawn. But black can now play g5. And once the bishop retreats, there are two downsides. The first downside is you don't want to go to d2 because the knight could take. You don't want to go to e3 blocking in your e-pawn and maybe running into f5, f4. So you have to go all the way back. You are underdeveloping a piece and the rooks are not connected. The second downside is after bishop c1, f5 is coming. And well, this is supposed to be slightly better for white, but being on the white side of this cannot be pleasant. You still have to develop your queenside pieces. Your bishop doesn't have a ton of squares. If you ever take on e4 in this position, then, well, one of these pawns, probably just the d pawn takes and 3 pawns march towards your king, and it's going to be hard. So what white can do is play b3, prepare to develop this bishop either to b2 on 8 or a3, and after b6, black prepares to do the same thing. We play bishop to b2, black plays bishop to b7, we play rook a to d1, and we pretend that nothing's going on. And black pretends that he didn't start a crazy attack until he's ready to actually execute it. Now, I think being scared and trading off pieces isn't the right way to go. Black needs to try and build an attack, so queen e8 in Dutch fashion and stuff like that. Trading pieces, I don't think is the best way to go, although knight to d2 has been played by Wesley So, and that's the highest rated game Wesley saw in this position. Nakamura responded with knight d6, declining the trade. But again, black should have a nice initiative, although white should be better. So that's knight e4. After knight bd7, bishop f4, another quite aggressive move is a5. It's aggressive for different reasons. It's expanding on the queen side and trying to gain as much space as possible. Also, if this bishop should come to a6, either after b5 or b6, then the a pawn is not blocked. So rook d1, and now knight h5. And in some positions, there could be a repetition here, as we are going to see in other lines. If the bishop should go back to c1, the knight could just retreat, and there have been games in which draws were agreed like this, because both sides just underdevelop one piece. But more commonly for black is to just continue b5. And in this position, black should not react. Just keep calmly, leave black to do his own thing. You play knight e5. And after knight to e5, bishop to b7 is the main move. Taking this pawn twice leaves, of course, c6 hanging, and c6 is hanging anyway, so you have to play bishop to b7. Again, taking this pawn twice later on is going to leave c6 hanging, but still, b3 can be played, knight d7 can be played, cb5 can be played, but c5 I think is just the most promising move, and black now continues f5. And starts a counterattack on the king side. This variation I don't like for black, because if white knows what he's doing, this bishop is going to be bad for a very long time. And in order for it to become good, black will have to play b4 and bishop a6. But then you can see that, for example, knight c3
And if b4, this knight already has a very nice square here, and whenever this knight is traded off, in fact you probably could trade it off here, and queen takes, and then knight a4 and knight b6, and may not be the greatest knight in the world because it's only on the queen side, it's not on d6, but it's still a very nice knight. So I'm not a big fan of a5, but it's a move. Okay, and then one more thing I would like to look at before we move on to the main lines is the move knight h5, which usually leads to a draw after bishop c1 and knight f6 and bishop f4, knight h5. White can decline with knight b to d2, but now you're blocking in your bishop, and here black won a slight theoretical victory. So if white doesn't want to draw, he has to concede to this bishop being locked in on c1. And when you see this position on the board, you would never guess that this bishop was on f4 already. So knight h5 is kind of a provocation, which you don't play if you are unhappy with the draw, obviously. Alright, now, finally, after knight bd7, bishop f4, the normal move is b6, and this is what you want to be playing. And this position we are going to see via two different move orders. As I said, black's two moves are knight bd7 and b6, and then they transpose, so let's look at b6. We will reach this main move anyway. So white plays bishop f4, we saw that. In this position, black would play bishop b7, bishop a6. Both of them will include knight bd7 a few moves later, so don't worry, we will transpose. Let's look at both of them. Bishop a6 is a sideline. Knight b to d2, knight b to d7, and rook a to c1. And the idea is that this bishop is just better. You don't have to play c5 at any point, but your center is not defended. The c6 pawn is not defended. Knight e5 is more aggressive. If you ever take on c4, c6 is hanging. So it's more active, but it's riskier. Knight h5, now the bishop retreats to e3, and the knight drops back to f6. Now again, there have been games drawn like this. There have been a lot of games drawn like this. Black can decline a draw with rook to c8. And white doesn't really have a good way to decline a draw. If in this position after knight to h5 you want to decline a draw, you can play e4. But knight takes f4, g takes f4, I don't know. It seems quite risky. e4 has been tried. I mean, you're going to have double pawns anyway. This is similar to the exchange Caro-Kann, where black plays bishop f5, white takes it. White takes it with the bishop though. So bishop a6 leads to this draw offer in most cases. Although black, as I said, does not have to play knight h5, black can play rook c8 if he wants to avoid the draw. And now, for example, rook f to d1. And now again, you can go for this knight h5 idea. And supposedly there's nothing better on the highest level because it's the most popular move, but you can also play b5, you can play c5, you can play queen e8, preparing f5, you can play bishop back to b7, so those are the options. But bishop a6 is kind of the drawing move. A most popular move, bishop b7, and now after rook d1, knight bd7, knight e5, white jumps into e5. And again, we now have this knight h5 maneuver, so this is going to be commonly played by black. So this is something you just have to know. The difference is that in this position we can retreat to d2. Okay, and now the knight drops back. Now we don't want to go back to f4. We could, but again, a repetition is likely. So we play c takes d5, and c takes d5, of course, taking towards the center. In this position, knight c6 is the most popular move for white. Rook c8 wouldn't work because of knight e7. So black has to exchange. And queen takes, c6, rook c8 in this position. Queen goes to b5. And here the queen is sort of going on a journey. But black isn't any worse because he doesn't have the bishop pair anymore. I actually like black's position because of this d6 square. And well, if the f pawn is gone, or if the b pawn is gone, or if they are unable to get to b3 or f3, this position seems very nice. The queen drops back to d3, knight to d6, knight to c3, and the other knight comes to f6. This just seems very pleasant. I think black has a very nice positional bind here, and if white would like to solidify, then it's not clear where this bishop is going. This bishop isn't particularly good anyway, staring at this wall of pawns. So all in all, I quite like this bishop b4 idea. We haven't covered everything white can do. Of course, we've covered almost everything black can do. But in this main line, the resulting position seems just very interesting. So let's go over that again. So after g3, black plays bishop to b4 check. The idea is to misplace this bishop. And as you can see in most variations, the bishop just was going all over the board and never had a safe square. Of course, if you have alternatives, but bishop d2 is best. If knight b to d2, then you're blocking in the bishop straight away, so that's just not considered good. And black could in fact just continue with dc, and after bishop g2, b5, black scores much better than white in this position. And the second alternative is knight to c3, and now you get a weird Nimzo Indian, which I don't even know how to call this position. After bishop to g2 and d takes c4. This is I'm trying to remember the name of the variation. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so I think we have transposed to the Romanician Nimzo Indian with g3. But yeah, if you hadn't played knight c3 on the first move, then probably you don't want to play the Romanician Nimzo Indian anyway. And if not the Romanician, then you're going to end up in something else. So the alternatives are just not as good. So after bishop b4, you play bishop d2, bishop to e7, bishop g2, and now black can either castle or play c6. They are going to transpose. Here I would recommend the move queen c2, and black can either play knight bd7 or b6. If he plays knight bd7, then after bishop f4 he has a couple of interesting options. He can play this knight e4 idea, he can play knight h5, he can play a5. But if he starts with b6, then usually after bishop f4 people either play bishop a6 or bishop b7. Okay, bishop b7 is the main line. Bishop a6 is that drawing invitation with knight h5. Still, in most cases, we are going to be seeing knight h5. And here, as I said, white gets the bishop pair. Let's go back to the final position. White gets the bishop pair, but black's pieces are very active and I believe better placed than white's pieces. And I don't think either of these knights is any worse than the bishops. Okay, so that's bishop b4 and move 4. Now we will be looking at this position, not bishop b4 check, but going for the open Catalan first, and only after bishop g2, bishop b4 check. Now, there's a big difference. Even though it doesn't seem like there's a big difference, there is a big difference. And originally I wanted to do this in the 9 videos covering the variations of the open Catalan, but when I started studying bishop b4 and move 4, I decided to mix them together. I believe it makes more sense. Okay, so again, what are our options? We can go into a weird Nimzo, Romanician Nimzo, or we can play knight bd2 blocking in our bishop. So we do the same thing again. We just play bishop to d2. We do the same thing as before. Now, in this position, a5 is the main move. Let's just mention that if you remember from what I said in the introduction. Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay, after bishop b4, this is the Bogo Indian. After g3, bishop b4, we are going to, or d5, we are going to get into the same position. Now, the difference in the Nimzovich Bogo Indian is that black can play queen to e7. The reason why queen to e7 can be played is because this diagonal still doesn't have a bishop on it, and therefore there are no tricks on this diagonal. More importantly, the d-pawn hasn't moved. So, as we are going to see, there are no queen a4 checks. And later on, this bishop is not staring across the diagonal. When we look at the position we saw here after bishop b4 check, bishop to d2, if queen to e7 here, which we said is not perfect but is playable, then again, this move queen to a4 check wouldn't mean much after knight to c6 because this diagonal is blocked. If we see this position that we see on the board after g3, dc4, bishop g2, bishop b4 check, bishop d2. Now queen e7 loses for black. And the reason is there is no pawn on d5. And this diagonal is open. So no pawn on d7, no pawn on d5, and the bishop is wide open. So in this position, after queen a4 check, knight c6 is the only move to defend the bishop, which is attacked twice, and now knight e5, and black resigns. Castles has been tried once, bishop takes d2 has been tried once, but basically this pin is going to be fatal. You don't lose a piece, but you just lose too much. So knight takes c6, bishop takes d2, knight takes d2, b takes c6, well, excuse me, b takes c6, and black is just busted. So queen e7, we have to remember, loses, even though it works in all other positions. The reason is this diagonal, this diagonal. Okay, so what can we do? As I said, a5 is the main move for black. c5 is a very nice alternative. Bishop takes d2 is not considered good, because after queen takes d2 exclam, white regains this pawn and has a very nice position. Bishop d7 is the main move, and now knight e5 simply attacks here. Bishop c6, you can take that, knight takes, and now you continue e3, and this knight is coming to a3. There is no sensible way to defend if b5 is played, then bishop c6. So this is just very pleasant. Therefore, bishop takes d2 is not advisable. If black does that, just remember, take with the queen. I've actually played bishop b4 and bishop takes d2 before. Okay, bishop e7 is passive, doesn't work the same because this diagonal is open. That's what we played on move 4, because now after queen a4 check and bishop d7 and queen takes c4 and bishop c6, white can simply castle and have a pleasant position. This is just superior to bishop d7 in the open Catalan and anything else. Okay, so we are going to be focusing on two moves, a5 and c5. c5 is the aggressive alternative, which I really like for black. And if I would play this for black now, I would probably continue c5. And the idea here is, well, white has a couple of options. White can take on c5. White can castle, white can play queen c1, white can play a3, a couple of options. But the best move, I think, is simply to take on b4, which may seem weird because you are undoubling these two pawns. But after c takes b4, you now continue knight e5. So what's going on in the position? Black has the option to create a passed pawn, which we are going to allow, as you are going to see. But white has the knight. White has the beautiful bishop, the c4 pawn is hanging, queen a4 check is in the position, and it's all the pieces are just working together. Okay, so black castles. We take our pawn, knight c6, so finally black can start developing some pieces, e3. And now there's one key move for black to try and equalize this position. Well, okay, as you're going to see, there's really nothing better than to play e5. Black could try a5 or queen to e7, maybe bishop d7, but that really does seem too slow. The main way to try and fight is simply e5. And again, white has nothing better but to play d5. And now these few moves that I'm going to show you have been played about 25 times, and the line is absolutely forced. Now watch what happens. So we have, let's go back, e3, e5, d5, b5, chases the knight away. Now, a trade happens, takes here, black throws in a queen check, king takes, and then takes on c4. So now we have a position in which this pawn is far advanced and this bishop is dangerous. These two pawns are dangerous. Now here, there are basically two moves. Knight to d2 is, I think, the best move. This has been played by Alexander Lenderman, and I've actually seen one of his games with this move from 2012. a3 is the alternative, which scores better for white, but I don't understand why. I'm going to be recommending knight b to d2, and now the line goes bishop g4 check. You go to e1, that's very important. You don't want to stay here. next to these pawns. And now c3, bc3, bc3, and now there are a couple of knight moves. You can actually play knight e4, that has been played. But I've analyzed this position and I've used the engine, and knight c4 seems to be a really nice move. And here, if black doesn't want to lose the pawn, then he should play e4. That's the best move. And now you simply go rook c1, and after rook f to c8, which of course is the most logical move, you continue knight e5. And what can black do? Bishop e6. If rook c3, bishop a2, then white is better. If bishop a2 is played, white is almost +1 according to the engines after king e2. The material is equal, but this pawn is weak. This rook can now finally come into the game, and this pawn is definitely more of a weakness than the c6 pawn. So if black plays the move c5, then I believe bishop takes b4, and don't be afraid of this forced line. I think this is very, very interesting for white, and white should be slightly better. Okay, the main line is a5. Okay, after a5, white again has a couple of options. I'm not going to bore you with all of them. There are about 7 moves which are playable here. I would recommend queen c2 again to make things simple. Of course, this strengthens the idea of playing e4, attacks the c4 pawn, which is more important, and simply develops the queen. So in this position, black could play knight c6, black could play bishop takes bishop, which is considered to be the main line. Black could also play b5 or b6, which are extremely rare. So we are going to be looking at knight c6 and bishop takes d2. Knight c6 is a sideline, and after this, simply queen takes c4. And the idea behind knight c6 is to try and trade the queens off. So queen d5 is the best move, and this definitely releases some of the pressure in the position, because after queen d3 you can play queen e4, and now if queen c4 you can just trade, and any other move to trading is inferior. So knight takes, bishop takes, and now knight takes. And in this position there's a really nice trick, and one reason why white is better is because white can castle here. You're actually not hanging knight c2 check, because after castles, if knight c2 attacking your rook, then you can simply play knight e1, and black is now forced to take. Otherwise, if he takes the rook, then he just loses 2 pieces for the rook. This knight is never getting out. So in this position, black would have to take, and obviously white is just better here. This diagonal is huge, and the king is still in the center. So knight c6 I don't think is very promising. Although it's a good move though. It's just not as good as bishop takes d2. So the main move, bishop takes d2. Now again, it may seem strange what I'm going to show you now. You already played queen c2, but take on d2 with the queen. And may seem strange, but you want to take on d2 with the queen. Why? Well, you don't want to take with this knight, because that knight has moved again. It's defending d4, it's defending e5. Basically, if you take with this knight, then queen d4 is possible. You don't want to take with the king because you lose castling rights. And you don't want to take with this knight because you want it to be able to go to a3 and capture the c4 pawn. So you take with the queen. Even though the queen has moved again, take with the queen. c6. Okay, preparing, trying to expand with b5 and blocking in this bishop. a4, stopping b5, very important. Knight e4 attacks the queen moves again, queen c2. Knight d6, defends the c4 pawn, white finally castles. Knight a6, and now this knight is definitely coming into b4, weakened with e4. And now knight e5, knight b4, the queen moves again. The knight attacks the queen again, queen c1, the queen moves again, black castles, and now finally we get to play knight a3. The point is, we left this knight on b1 so that we could recapture the pawn, and after something like b6, preparing to develop the bishop, then takes, bishop a6, and now we can simply play b3. And this position is very pleasant for white. I think this knight is a great piece, and well, more importantly, white is either going to be left with this knight, or this bishop is going to have no counterpart. And this knight is definitely more active than the knight on d5, even though the knight on d5 sits on a beautiful square. Why? Because it's really hard to play b5 without weakening the black structure. So for example, if b5 and takes, then this pawn is already hanging. So, and on the other hand, e4 can be played without any issues, any consequence, and it's a pleasant position. Okay, so I'm sorry if this video was very long. I'm sorry if it was too complicated. I know it is complicated, and it took me a ton of time to try and understand all of that by myself. I hope this helps, and just remember that there is this idea of playing bishop b4 check against the Catalan, and you're probably going to go into Bogo-Indian type of position. The Bogo-Indian series is coming soon, so everything is going to be much clearer after that. Thank you for watching. Let me know what you think, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to continue the series on the Catalan opening, and we are still in the open Catalan. We only have 2 more moves to cover. Today we are going to go over knight c6, which is black's second most popular choice against the open Catalan, or in the open Catalan. And it makes perfect sense. I basically play this position with both sides now, because my main opening with black is knight f6 e6 against d4, and I've been facing the Catalan a lot. And knight c6 is something I'm considering seriously to take it as my main weapon against the Catalan, because it leads to positions which are easy to play for black. And if you've been following the series so far, you know that the open Catalan is often not easy to play for black. If you haven't seen the introductory video, there's a link in the description below, so watch it so that you have a better idea of what I'm talking about. But basically we are discussing this position here, which occurs after d4, knight f6, c4, e6. This is the main move order. There are other move orders, again, watch the introductory video, and knight f3, d5. And white basically gives up this pawn. If black doesn't take the pawn but plays bishop to e7, that's the close Catalan. We are continuing with that after we finish the last video in the open. And if he takes, that's the open Catalan. And now after bishop to g2, black has a lot of moves. a6 is the main move, knight c6, which we are covering today, is the second most popular, and we have covered all the other sidelines already. So we are looking at the move knight to c6. Now, in the open Catalan, there are often issues on this diagonal with the rook, and often white manages to regain the pawn, and then achieves a position in which he's traded off his c2 pawn for black's d7 pawn, and they cannot highlight this enough. That's a big positional edge to have a central pawn on d4, where when black doesn't have the d pawn, it's basically the advantage black gets in the Sicilian. But black could try to hold on to the pawn, which could make white's life complicated if he manages to get this pawn majority going. Now, the move knight c6 may seem strange, because often in the open Catalan, black wants to attack this d4 pawn with the move c5. And obviously, when you play knight c6, it's not easy to play c5. But let me explain what this move is about. The idea behind knight c6, as opposed to what we can see in the main line, which is coming tomorrow, but let me just show you one thing. If black plays a6, this move obviously prepares b5 to defend the pawn. Then white's main move is castles, and one of black's choices is knight c6 here. The difference is that black has interposed this move a6 first, and after e3, bishop to d7, defending the knight to make sure there are no discovered tricks, queen e2 and b5. You can now see that this rook is still on the diagonal. This knight cannot be harassed that easily because bishop d7 has been played, and black has wasted the move on a6. With knight c6, and again, more on that position tomorrow, with knight c6, black's idea is simply to play rook b8 and b5, which sorts out some of his issues, gets the rook away from this diagonal, making all tactical tricks far less powerful, and you could argue that it's much more useful to develop a piece than to play a6, if you want to achieve the same goal. So the main idea is rook b8 and b5. So what can white do about that? Well, white basically has 2 options here. One of them I will just mention briefly and discard. This option goes into black's hands, and that's castling. So this is still a theoretical move. It's not bad, but
in most lines, black is supposed to have an advantage. And this is basically why I like knight c6, because I think most Catalan players will find it very natural to castle here. The problem is that after rook b8 and something like knight c3, which is a very natural move, black can now continue with b5. And if you try knight e5, which is the Catalan way of, well, challenging black, then black is simply better after knight takes e5. Of course, there's no rook on a8. And after d takes e5, you don't exchange queens, you play knight to d7, putting some pressure on the e5 pawn, and queen d4 to defend the pawn, and now c5. And this position is extremely pleasant for black. The engine gives it as minus 0.6. Now, there are alternatives, but there's basically no need to get into this. After knight c6, there's a much simpler move, which you can play with white, which gives white, in all variations, a slight annoying edge. And you have to know about 25 moves of theory in the main lines, and unfortunately for Catalan players, you have to know a lot of theory, but you are preparing an entire repertoire with white, so it's worth investing that time, and basically learning this next move will give you a great weapon against knight c6. So the move is queen to a4, and this is the main move. Now black has a couple of options. The main move is bishop b4 check, and this is by far most challenging. I will just briefly mention the sidelines, which you have to know before we get onto the main line theory. The sidelines are bishop d7, knight d7, bishop d6, and knight d5. Knight d5 is, after queen a4, knight d5 is the rarest of all moves. White is basically forced to take on c4 straight away, otherwise knight b6 is coming and black is defending everything. So queen takes c4, and after knight b6, black gets a ton of active play. So queen d3, which is the main retreat for the queen, and now black's idea, which is another point behind knight c6, is that he can easily play the move e5. And this move, supported by the knight, equalizes the position. So knight takes e5. Now, of course, you don't trade, you play knight to b4, which is a tricky move, and white has to play queen c3. Now queen takes on d4. Excuse me, if you take the queen, then knight c2, of course. Instead, white just castles, and queen takes c3. Knight takes c3. This position should be about equal. I think white should hold a slight edge because of one issue in the black position. That's the fact that he cannot develop the bishop easily. So black is going to have to waste time on c6. And you could argue that these knights don't really do that much on the queen side. And also black's king is still on e8. If any endgame should occur, then black has a 3-2 on the queen side, white has a 4-3 on the king side. It should be about equal. But for the moment, as I said, white has a lead in development, a better light squared bishop, a safer king, and no issues. Black has this issue with b7. So that's knight d5. Not really one of the main lines, but you should still know what to do about that. Just remember to take on c4 straight away. Okay, and then let's have a look at knight d7, which is kind of a strange move. Against knight d7, the idea is the same. You play queen b6, and then knight d7 leads to the same position we just saw. So knight d5 and knight d7 are basically equal. There's nothing better than to play queen c4 and then for black to play knight b6. And we have two more moves remaining. In the sidelines, bishop to d6 is an interesting choice, and black is simply planning to play e5. Supported by the knight, supported by the bishop. But there's a way to play against this. First, you castle, black castles to unpin to make sure this knight can support e5 and d4. Now you take on c4, black plays e5, and you can just ignore this. You just play knight c3, and after e d4, knight d4, knight d4, queen d4, something like queen e7. Again, black has the same problem. This bishop will have a hard time developing. Again, black is going to have to play c6 at some point, which is a move that positionally looks fine. You are preventing knight d5 and knight b5, but it's not a move you would really like to play. It's not a move, it's not an active move. It doesn't contribute to black's position. It's just a prophylactic necessity which has to be done. So that's bishop d6, and nothing to worry about for white. You again have the same advantage of the light squared bishop. And finally, bishop to d7, which unpins. Threatens the d4 pawn if the knight should move, also supports e5 because the knight is not pinned. Again, you just take on c4. And now there's an idea behind bishop to d7, and that's to play knight a5. Here, queen c3 isn't good because of knight d5, so you retreat to d3 again, and now the idea is c5. So because this knight was blocking your c-pawn, you want to move the knight away, and this is fairly similar to what we saw already in c5 lines, and white should, of course, castle. Here, there's a choice between bishop c6 and rook c8. Both moves, I wouldn't say, are challenging for white. Against both moves, you just play knight c3 and cd4. Knight d4 is going to happen. So after knight c6, knight c3, cd4, knight d4, the difference is that bishop c6 offers a trade. And after this trade, black, of course, does not have an issue on b7 anymore. So after something like bishop c5, rook d1 defending the knight, black castles, you can play bishop g5. White has slightly better activity. The knight on a5 is misplaced, but in exchange for that, black managed to trade off the light squared bishops. Obviously, white's light squared bishop was better. So, again, should be about equal, but nothing for white to worry about. Still a slight annoying edge. Now, let's go to the main move. By far the most popular move. Let me just switch to this. Queen a4 is bishop to b4 check. Now, why is this move good? Well, firstly, it gains a tempo, and it makes it easier for black to castle, makes it easier for black to sort out his activity issues, the activity issues black often has in the Catalan, in the open Catalan, excuse me. As we know, whenever one side grabs material, the other side should play for the initiative if they want to not get the material back straight away. So bishop b4 is sensible in that respect. You play bishop to d2. Now I should first I should mention that bishop takes d2 is not a good move. White has a completely winning position after this because knight takes b2 threatens to take on c4 with the knight. Whenever you can take on c4 with the knight, that means that e5 cannot be played. If e5 cannot be played, then the bishop is going to stay on c8. Because if b6 or b5, then knight e5 wins material. So let me just show you that. If, for example, castles and queen takes c4, if you try, well, now if you try b6, then you just lose here. So you cannot play e5, and this is an amazing position. You can continue e4, e5, and just blast open black's game and still keep this pressure along the diagonal. So basically, if black takes on d2, then he will never develop his queen side easily. So after bishop to d2, there are a couple of sensible options. You can play bishop d6, retreating the bishop. That's a sideline that isn't really popular, but it has been played by Anand. I've analyzed one Anand game recently with the move bishop d6, so it's not bad. But knight d5 is definitely better, just supporting the bishop. Let's go over bishop d6 first. Now here, I would like to suggest a move that, out of the three options, you have three options. You can take on c4, you can castle, or you can play the move I'm about to show you. Again, since we are covering this opening for white, I'm going to be recommending stuff for white and covering everything black can do against that. So here I would recommend the move knight a3. And again, we have the same idea. If you can take on c4 with the knight, then e5 is not going to happen, despite the bishop having been developed to d6. So if you take on a3, that's probably, well, that's probably the main move. I would say knight e4 is also okay. Knight e4 is the second most popular. Against knight e4, you can take on c4 with the knight, defending your bishop. Black grabs the bishop. Whoa, excuse me. You can take with both knights, but knight f takes is better, pressure on c6. Now bishop d7, defending c6, e3, castles, and something like b3, getting away from the spin and targeting b7. So b5, you don't want to take on b5 because knight d4. Instead, you just take knight takes d6, c takes d6, and white is great. This is just a perfect position. You haven't castled yet, but just nice. So against knight a3, what black should do is prevent knight takes c4 and simply play bishop takes a3. And after queen takes a3, there are two moves. One of them is horrendous, and that's grabbing a second pawn. And one of them is theory. Let's just see why knight takes d4 is bad. Because of knight takes d4, queen takes d4 and rook to d1, and in this position black basically doesn't have a good move. The best retreat, of course, is queen to b6, but that runs into bishop a5, and now it's getting tough to play this position. For example, if queen b5, then bishop c7. You don't have the option to play queen d6 or queen c5, so you can play here or here or here. So bishop takes c7. So that's just bad. Instead of that, after queen takes a3, black should continue with knight e4 and don't bother with the second pawn. But a simple solution to this knight intrusion is bishop to e3, defending the pawn. Black should play queen d6, offering a queen trade, and now rook c1, simply targeting c4. You still want to grab your pawn back, and black has nothing better but to double the pawns. So takes, a takes, knight d6, defending c4, knight e5, attacking c4. If you exchange the knights, then c4 is dropping because the d6 knight is going to have to move away. So bishop d7, knight takes c4, knight f5, and now we have a position in which white has the bishop pair, doubled a pawns, but a permanent advantage. After bishop f4, targeting c7, and rook c8, e3. The only thing you have to sort out is the threat of g5, f6 and g5, winning your bishop at some point, so you just play g4, and after knight h4 you can play bishop e4. You have a permanent edge with your bishop pair and with the pressure along the c file. So I think this is a very simple way to refute the move bishop d6. White should hold a slight advantage whatever black does. If you know the plans here, this is going to be great. Remember that you don't have to castle. You can play king e2, which is a much more active move. Your main targets are c7 and the black king, if black is not careful. And because you have the bishop pair, you will sometimes have ideas of knight d6 check and stuff like so. If the knight moves, for example, there are already ideas of knight d6 check. So a very pleasant position. And the main move is not bishop d6 for the reasons we just discussed. It's knight d5. And here there are two options. Again, the main option I'm about to show you is what you should be playing. There's a very dubious pawn sacrifice which temporarily gives white full compensation for the pawn, for the two pawns actually, but it's just no good, and that's queen b5. And after queen b5, bishop d2, knight b takes d2 developing, and now c3. And after c3, bc3, knight c3, queen d3 retreating, and knight d5. I mean, white is a pawn down. Black is perfectly safe after castling. I don't think you have enough. I mean, especially with this knight already being on d5, this is just not good. This is not good. You can play either rook to c1, but I don't think you have enough. So queen b5 is a very, very dubious pawn sacrifice, which I don't think should be played. So instead of that, after knight d5, we are going to be following the main lines. Now we are on move 8. White is about to play move 8. You have to know the next 15 to 20 moves. And the good news is that the main line is forced and there will be very few deviations, only about 2 or 3. What you have to do by yourself is learn the bad moves. The good thing, again, in the Catalan is that bad moves can often be punished with similar plans. So it's not going to be hard to refute them over the board. So we are going to be playing bishop takes b4. Okay, knight takes b4. Of course, the d knight, the c knight is pinned, and now we simply castle. Okay, we still haven't regained this pawn, but after rook b8, preparing to defend the pawn with b5, we now continue knight a3, stopping b5. That's the key move. Now in this position, you could also play knight c3, but I would recommend knight a3. That's better. So in this position, black has two ways to play this position. One of them is to unpin and allow the c4 pawn to be captured. The other one is a6, and let's just briefly go over that. I don't believe that's as good as castling. So against a6, you can simply play knight to e5, and this prevents any b5 ideas. If b5 is played, then of course you take on c6, and if knight takes c6, then bishop c6 check. If pawn takes queen, then knight takes queen, and white is of course winning this position. so b5 cannot be played. So after a6 and knight e5, black is basically forced to take on d4. So after queen takes d4, knight takes c6, knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, b takes c6, queen takes c6. You can play queen d7 or bishop d7, and this is just good for white. This is a very nice position. The material is equal, but black obviously hasn't castled yet. White has rook d1 coming up, the c4 pawn is about to drop, and it's just a horrendous position. If rook c8, queen b7, a6 is attacked, so that's no good. And the other option is castles, if you don't play queen takes d4, but that runs into knight c6, knight c6, bishop c6, bc6, and now knight c4. Queen c6 also possible, but knight c4 is better defending the b2 pawn. And again, a perfect position. You have two targets. Easy to play. So the move a6, I honestly wouldn't recommend for black. What black should be looking at, and what the main line is the move castles. And now this next move is hard to find over the board, I believe. Of course, if you play knight c4, then b5 forks your stuff, so you play queen b5. That prevents b5 again and attacks c4. The c4 pawn is going nowhere. And black has one way to play this position. If black doesn't know this, then he is almost losing straight away. And that's b6, bishop a6, gaining a tempo on the queen. Now what you do here is queen takes c4, bishop a6, and you block with knight b5. And we are starting serious theory now. Queen d5, challenging the queen. Queen takes queen. Knight takes queen, and a4. You would love white to take here, because then this pawn would be a permanent target. And of course there's still trouble along the diagonal, so knight a5 is the main move. And now knight e5. And you're of course threatening to take here, so rook b2 to d8, and knight takes a7. And don't worry, black hasn't given up any material, he's going to get it back. This is a forced line, so black continues with knight to b4, attacking your d4 pawn. You play rook a to c1, black takes on d4, you take on c7, and black takes on e2. And after rook f to c1, this position is slightly better for white. 2-to-1 pawn majority on the queen side, which is very promising. To be honest, all four knights look incredibly stupid, and this position doesn't look natural, but they're about 50 games from this position. They're all following the same line. f6, knight e6, forcing a trade of all the knights. Knight takes, knight takes, knight takes, rook takes. Two pawns attacked, so rook f to d8, and now you have to sort out your back rank issues, so h3, and now rook to d6 sorts out the problem of both pawns. You can take, and for example bishop f1, and now we reach an end game, which if you play the Catalan or if you play knight c6 in the open Catalan, you have to know. And this is basically where you start learning if you are a top player. So you have to find tricks in this endgame. I could compare this to a line in the Karo Khan, in the Panov, where in the Panov, in which, let me just show you that. So knight c6 and knight f3 and bishop g4 and takes and queen b3, and this happens. Okay, so this is the starting position of an endgame. I've only played it once, and I managed to beat a 21-50 player in the Croatian Cup, and I've been studying this endgame for about 10 hours altogether for the black side, and I managed to win with a nice idea, playing bishop c5, undoubling white's pawns but removing the pressure off my king. But basically, if we look at this position, it's very similar. The position is very simple, but there are a ton of ideas. So from here on, you have to be studying the plans and trying to find a way to push your pawn majority and to prevent the e5 pawn from moving forward. And black has several retreats, bishop f3, or simply trading off the bishops, or playing rook to d2. So it's a very rich position. But basically that's what you have to know. Now let's go through that again. So d4, Knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, g3, dc, bishop g2, knight c6. We play queen a4. Black plays bishop b4 check. We block with the bishop. Knight d5 is the main move. And now bishop takes, not queen b5. Knight takes, castles, rook b8, and we play knight a3. And after castles, this move queen b5, forcing b6, bishop a6. We have a trade of queens. We play a4. And after knight a5, we play knight e5, threatening the exchange. And we win a pawn, which black gets back after knight b4, targeting d4. And this forced line continues. So just practice the forced line and focus on the endgame, and you should be fine. I think once you learn how to play against knight c6 once, it's going to be easy to play against it, because the bad moves will be easy to refute. Okay, tomorrow we are going to continue with the main line. Instead of knight a6, we will be looking at the move a6, which is by far the most theoretical and well, best for black. Thank you very much for watching. Let me know what you think, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye.